They vowed to make Kaduna unsafe. There are foreigners, please write it down. That's what I want you to note, because I'm going to touch on this later on. The bandits kidnapping people in Nigeria are foreigners. Some of them are aided and abetted by the ones who are local. And they have said they will make Kaduna unsafe, ostensibly for Christians who are in Kaduna. What I want you to note from what I've just said is that the bandits are, some of them are foreigners. Now we are going to ask questions later. And as we ask questions tonight, I want all of you to try as much as you can to answer these questions as we proceed. What it means in effect is that if people can come from Niger Republic, come from Mali, come from Cameroon, come from Chad, come from all these weird and wonderful places to come to Kaduna, to come and kidnap Christian students in Kaduna, it means there is something wrong somewhere. But the reason why some of you do not pay any close attention to this very obvious fact is because of the way you reason, the way you digest information, the way you interpret things that are happening around you. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because it means that a lot of people who are in the so-called National Assembly, it means that people who are running about in the army and in the police shouting and talking about territorial integrity, it means that all the fools, all the sophisticated morons, it means that all the fools championing and campaigning for one indivisible Nigeria, all of them who will come down very mightily and heavily on those who are pursuing their freedom, it means that everybody mouthing their usual rubbish about the territorial integrity of Nigeria do not understand what territorial integrity is all about. Follow this very carefully what I'm saying. You know, when you listen to the army, sometimes it's about the territorial integrity of Nigeria. Here you have foreign mercenaries, a foreign army in Kaduna kidnapping people. Very shortly, I'm going to ask all of you where you think these kidnappers are coming from and how come they manage to get through the border. These are the questions that you Nigerians never ask yourselves every blessed day. How did they cross the border, come into Kaduna, acquire AK-47, then go to school to select Christians to kidnap? These are the things you need to ask yourself. All these idiots in your National Assembly, with the exception of one or two of them, like Habaribe, and maybe one or two other persons, they don't even understand what territorial integrity is all about. The territorial integrity of Nigeria has been breached not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, over and over and over and over and over again. They don't know what territorial integrity means. I believe that they understand what territorial integrity is all about, because it is now a land of terrorists. A land of terrorists. The breaching of the territorial integrity of Nigeria, not on one occasion, but on numerous occasions, were carefully executed by the same Fulani people in Asoro, shouting about territorial integrity every blessed day. The same group of people. These Fulani Islamist politicians in Asoro and all over the north, with their priestlings in the east and their sophisticated moronic partners in the west, if you add a few pastors in between, you will not be mistaken. These Fulani Islamist politicians and their cohorts right across every shade, every color, every tribe in the zoo have themselves destroyed the territorial integrity of Nigeria by bringing in terrorists into Nigeria from across the Sahel to conquer indigenous populations. like Dave Umahi and should I say Mrs. Tambuwal in River State, Mrs. Tambuwal. Fools like Dave Umahi and Mrs. Tambuwal must learn from this, because these people think that they are dealing with normal human beings from the north, from the Fulani Caliphate Sahel, not knowing that every Fulani politician is a hardened terrorist. That is the reason why they went across the Sahel to recruit people and give them cattle to disguise their identity. Or should I say, to validate their murderous mission. Do you know what is shocking about this whole thing? Not that these people are from Mali, from Senegambia, from all these places. These are the people they want us to give our land to do Ruga. Are you following what I'm saying? These are the same people that are telling us they are headsmen, it is their pastoral life and all that rubbish. These are the same people they want us to give our land to. I hope that some of you are following and you are listening, including Mrs. Tambuwal. I hope you are listening. You'll be talking like somebody who has been under the influence of Tombo for nearly 2 weeks. Do you understand it very carefully? Do you follow what I'm saying? The people that did the kidnapping in Kaduna, most of them are foreigners. And you're busy doing BVN registration, NIM registration. They also have their NIM registration, but they are not Nigerians. They are not indigenous to Nigeria. These are Fulani hardened criminals and murderers recruited by Fulani politicians from across the Sahel to come and take over Nigeria for them. Sadly, very sadly, some of you are yet to wake up to this reality. Some of you are still blinded by the idiocy and hypocrisy and the criminal tendencies of some of your pastors that I will come to later on. That was why I apologize in advance. I am going to annoy some people this evening. I must tell you the truth. Fulani Islamist politicians have destroyed the territorial integrity of Nigeria. They are the ones that brought in their fellow terrorists from across the Sahel into Nigeria without proper documentation at the border. They're coming from Sokoto, from Katsina, from Kanu, from everywhere across the north. They're coming with their AK-47, or they acquire one once they get into the zoo. They now go on a kidnapping spree and ransom spree. They leave this place, they leave the zoo as multi-billionaires. Nobody is asking the federal government of the Republic of Nigeria, how I've been waiting for this question every day. How did they get in? Who let them in? Nobody talks about these things. How did they manage to get to Kaduna, to a polytechnic, to go and take people who are in a polytechnic? How manage? They cannot ask these pertinent questions. Not a single one of them. What you have are idiots in the south. Say, oh, we need to build bridges. You need to try and form bridge with the north so you can get presidency. You don't know you are dealing with terrorists. These are not human beings. These are savage. These are animals. These are beasts. And these are the same people that you want us to do Ruga. These are the same people that Joseph Okalo gave land to at Lopa, that kidnapped some students of APSI a few days ago. And of course we know what we did. And you know they're very smart sometimes. They will quickly release all of them. They should have held on to them. They should have held on. I was praying for them to hold on to them. Then we will teach them a lesson. They will understand that every flesh bleeds. That is something they won't understand. Mrs. Tambuwal and the idiots like Omahi, you think you're dealing with politicians from the north. I feel sorry for some Yoruba pastors talking rubbish. about Nigeria being one, all that nonsense. They claim their prophets and will deal with them this night. Take up all Hong Kong, armed robbers and criminals with the Bible. I will deal with all of you tonight. You see me viewing them, they are. You people are there. Your so-called territorial integrity have been breached not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times. By Haider, the Fulani terrorists recruited from across the Sahel. All you need to validate the identity is you give them a few cattle, just give them 15 cows, that's all. They become Fulani pastoralists in Nigeria. That's all it takes. The only way they have managed to deceive all of you over the years is to think that anybody carrying Nama along the road is somehow a Fulani Nigerian or a Nigerian Fulani. Now listen to this. You know that they moved into Kaduna, into Kebbi State and a few others in the north. Remember, that is why when people say their bishop is a prophet, is a prophesying, I look at them and I laugh at them. You know that poverty can do a lot of things. You know the same way that Africans are behaving today. You see the white people, they used to behave like that very, very in the dark ages. Very many centuries ago. You know that there is nothing that draws you closer to God than poverty. You know, poverty is miraculous. How much they get to once you're hungry like this, you start seeing Angel Michael and Angel Gabriel coming to minister to you. The same thing happening in Africa today happened in Europe. Many centuries ago, Europeans were very, very poor, impoverished, extremely poor. And somebody gave them the Bible. And the same that as idiotic as we Africans are today with religion, it was exactly the same way they were. In the same Europe you're seeing, in Germany, in France, in all those places. Very poor. They started seeing angels from heaven flying all over the place. Now they no longer see angels anymore. Do they go to church? In Europe, no they don't. Do they go to church anymore in America? It's only black people because they are poor in America. That's when the boy shouting hallelujah every place in the church. Doing some sort of place in the church. The people going to church today are those who are still poor. Because in Europe, anybody living in Europe can testify. Do they go to church anymore in Europe? The answer is no. They no longer go to church in Europe. Am I lying? That is why when you come to Africa, one idiot will tell you he's seeing prophecy. He is seeing prophecy. Your life will be better. You will get a new job. Whereas where you are being prayed for to get a new job used to be a factory producing shoes before. They closed it down, turn it into a church, praying for you to get a job. Ask the stupid pastor, where will I get this job from? Hey, poverty is the spirit, I'm telling you. Once poverty gets inside you, hey, if they put Ecclesiastes, you'll be jumping up and down because you're very poor. Because you cannot reason very well. To compare to all those fools that call themselves prophets that cannot prophesy anything. Only a few months ago, I told the whole world live on Radio Biafra that there is a method to our madness. I think those were the exact words I used. There is a method to our madness. And unless you are on the inside, you can never ever understand it. You cannot understand what we are doing. You can never ever understand what we are doing. Because I get messages from heaven direct. You know what the Lord said to me? He said, you must continue what you're doing. You must continue what you're doing. That is something that a slave and baby sabos can never understand. Every person knows you haven't given me a message, you must continue what you're doing. And I asked why. They said, I want to move their able-bodied men and women to the east. When they come to the east, you are going to kill them in the east. Those of them that can survive or that manage to survive will have nowhere to go back to. So that in years to come, wherever they settle, they will tell their children about you people. understand what the message meant, and I kept praying. Elohim said, you bring them down to your land, and the real terrorists that they are grooming will take over their own land from them. I still said, I don't understand. They gave me a message in Igbo language. Now I can't see that hand. That hand with which they tried to feed poison to others, they will put into their own mouth. He shall kill them. That was what Elohim said to me. Elohim Rimosi, and I must give it to you tonight. And I kept wondering. What is this whole thing all about? Until it started happening. I want to give you a very clean, fine example today as to what heaven meant by keep doing what you're doing, draw them to the east, and I will hand over their land to vandals. And vandals are now in their land eating their flesh. I'll give you a very simple example this evening. A humanitarian crisis is brewing in Zulu Emirates, in Kebbi State. Listen to the name. Bring your pen and paper, I said. Bring the pen and paper, for goodness sake. And note everything I'm telling you. They said there is a place called Zulu Emirates. Emirates is the word I want you to note. Write it down. In Kebbi State. Their villagers are fleeing their communities following the invasion of armed bandits. The way Guardian newspaper put it is this: thousands flee to the communities over invasion by armed bandits. There was a brother of mine that wrote something today, which, with his permission, I will quote. Obonia, he said, all the demons of hell must overrun the north. That again who said that he has unleashed, that he has opened the floodgates of hell. All the demons of hell, they will eat the flesh of the Fulani in the north. They send their army, their zombie army, to the east, where they will be destroyed by Elohim. Then the sun will rise over the land of Biafra, never to dim again for eternity. It was today that the full weight of that message that I was giving dawned on me. When I was on air and I was saying that we would draw them to the east, and the real bad edge will take over their land, I didn't even know what I was saying. It has happened today. Do you know who the people are? You don't know, but I will tell you later. The people who are in Olu today fighting, most of them are from Kebbi State. Even if they came to Olu to kill their people. That as they left the north, their lands are being taken over by hardened savages and animals from across the Sahel that their political masters imported into the zoo. All of the army, Nigerian army in Biafra land, you are going to die there. You will die in Biafra land. All of you will die there. Our people don't understand this very message that we are giving to them. But I do hope that after tonight, everybody will get it. All of you will die in Biafra land, those in Olu, those elsewhere. The best option for you is to take off your uniform and run away before it is too late. Go back to your land, those of you from Kebbi State. Go back to Kebbi to go and save your land. Because as you are in Olu, you have no
sin, a lesser sinning after Jesus died. Or he just came and died from Mahala. And then still you are sinners, you are worse. Most of you are more judgmental than ever. Yet your holy book tells you to judge not. Your Jesus tells you to judge not. And most of you are so judgmental like your Jagucha Jesus. So tell me, what is it that Jesus has saved you? Because it looked like one thing for sure, he did not save you. He did not save you from yourself. He did not save you from being colonized and from being oppressed and
Chukwu mara onye aka ya dị ọcha na onye obi ya dị ọcha. Nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ, nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ, mana ọfọ mara onye ji ya. Ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri ọ chụrụ ọzụọ. Gaa n'ogwe omechi ụzọ osi mpịara na azụ nwa igiriga ọgụ nke mmụọ. Ọ gịnị ka m ga-etu gị ka o zuolo gị? Asị m n'oge akara aka eluo, ịbụ mmụọ ka mmụọ, ibe ka ibe. Chukwu okike onye obiọma sị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye elu. Tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra. Asị m n'ọnwa unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme ime. Ọ sị m na ọ ya nọ n'etiti unu taa. Ọsọ unu binye enu n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie asị m gị binye. Mmụọ na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo asị m gị binye. Oke ọfọ ji eje ọgụ asị m unu binye. Ọfọ ndị Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị mmiri asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị ikuku asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị nwaanyị na-ebe asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị idodi ikwu na-eme asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị amambara asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri nji aba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ala Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ọgba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị anike wawa asị m gị binye. Oke arụsị na n'ike o juru nwaanyị aga anị asị m gị binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Igirigi ọgụ mmụọ. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike. Asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efụla. Asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efụla. Nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ. Asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike. Ọ sị na mberede nyere dike na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike. Onye ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi ọhamadike. Ọhamadike bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ya bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ. Otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile. Ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya. Asị m unu binye n'isi ya. Nye ogologo ndụ na-adị isi ike. Napụta ya na eke, napụta ya n'orie, napụta ya n'afọ, napụta ya na nkwọ. Asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ, na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu ga napụta Nnamdi Kanu na eke, napụta ya n'orie, napụta ya n'afọ, napụta ya na nkwọ. Asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwụ mma. Ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lacha. Chukwu okike abịa ama onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ. Asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị eke n'ala Igbo. Asị m na eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ. Eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe. Oke ga-eketara ya ndụ. Oke ga-eketara ya Biafra. Oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe. Oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro, kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ. Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra, ndị ilo ya ga-anọ n'ụla. Ọ kwara ekwe osu. Asị m gịnị bụ ekwensu? Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ya bụ ndị iro ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu. Asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra. Na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma. Asị m ọbịara igbu Nnamdi Kanu bụ onwe ya. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Ọnụ niile kọrọ ogiri ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lacha. Osisi abụrụ oturu ga-emeche wee kwele. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya dịka ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya. Asị m ya bụ onye ahụ na-atụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu aka, asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ. Osisi ahụ fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe, asị m ikuku futuo gị. Anya ọbụla fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịla, asị m alịla akọrọ ya n'anya. Onye fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya, ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya, maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị. Chukwu okike abịa ama asị m na mberede nyere dike mberede ka o ji amawa dike. Asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose ọ dadị ukwu ose enu. Na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka. Ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu. Na ọkwara nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama afụ ya anya. Asị m na eje anabụ isi ije. Asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana. Asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye n'ọba bụ nwanne. Inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwi. Asị m na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi echi anaghị agwụ agwụ. Maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri, ọ bụrụ eje nkụ. Asị m na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmiri. Asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo. Asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere. asị m unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu, asị m unu ga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu, ga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu, ga tinye ugo, ga nye ya mmeri, ga nye ya mmeri, ga nye ya mmeri, tinye ugo n'elu ugo, nye ike n'elu ike, nye ndụ n'elu ndụ. Ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu n'efufe. Unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin, onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo n'efufe. A sị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ. Ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka ha nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo, ka ha nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra, ka ha nwee ike wee kwuchie anyị ọnụ, ka ha nwee ike wee kachie anyị ọnụ, ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ. Mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri, ndị nwe ikuku, ndị nwe anyanwụ, mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ, mmụọ niile ọ kpọfụrụ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra. Asị m unu binyenu, asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a, ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ a, ọkwa na unu ga-aga buori ahịa, ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere ụnụ n'aka anaghị ele ule. Asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ. Eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo, mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo, asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri, onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu. Nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta. Onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri, onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ, onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya. Asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa ọ mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ. Asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya. Asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya, onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya, onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya, onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya, onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eri nnu. Asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee rie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa.
Ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedi from Olu province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 18th day of February 2022, being Saturday. That in our own calendar. A day dedicated to religious discussions. Therefore, draw nearer to your listening devices as usual, because we are going to preach the gospel. It doesn't matter who is annoyed. It doesn't matter what happens. We continue preaching this gospel, because genuine physical liberation must start from mental emancipation. That is the reality. Therefore, once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition, being 18th February 2023. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is still suffering as the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. Make no mistake about it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is where he is today, suffering because he is the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. He is not suffering because he is from Kanu family. People should remove sentiment from what we are doing. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not there in the DSS dungeon because he is called Nnamdi Kanu, or he is the son of Israel, Chief Israel Kanu. No. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is where he is today because he is the leader of the worldwide freedom fighting movement known as the indigenous people of Biafra. He is a freedom fighter. Therefore, people that are sentimental, this is not what we are here for. Please. IPOB is never a family business. I don't know. When will you come out from these useless sentiments that you have been falling victim? Do you think that we are going to restore a country like the zoo, whereby the son of Buhari will be going to shopping with an official presidential jet? Because he's the son of Buhari. Because his brother is there, so his brother can act as the president. Is that what you are thinking? If it is what you are looking for, if you think that is what you are going to get, please, do not allow this to come. But if we are restoring a country where people will genuinely remove sentiment in order to serve, where everybody will be treated equal, it doesn't matter you are the brother of the president or the prime minister or the commissioner or the minister, the sister, or there is nothing like brother or sister, as long as official duties will be concerned. If that is a country that will come, bring it with all genuine hearts. Because I'm sick and tired of people doing the struggle with sentiments. To hell with that, please. We are not here. If it is a family business, we fold, and allow the family to do their business, if that's the case. Because I'm sick and tired of these sentiments that are going, you see our people, highly sentimental people that cannot control their sentiment. Little thing, they fall with sentiment. Just very little thing, little propaganda, they fall with sentiment. Sometimes I own a dog. I have been observing right from time the character of a dog. When you talk to a dog, wait here, sometimes he can, within 2 minutes, he forgets. And it's highly emotional. If you want to take a walk with your dog, oh my goodness me. It can jump up and down because it is thinking aloud. Thinking aloud. Do you understand? As the thing is pumping, the adrenaline is pumping. That is how he is thinking. That is how his body, leg, all are reacting the same thing, the same way. Do you remember? I think the last time I read about a little about the Fulani. So these are people that can be patient. They don't display emotion anyhow. That is where when you don't display your emotion, maybe you are crying inside but you are laughing outside. I'm just giving you an example. Or you are laughing inside but you are crying outside. That is diplomacy or part of it. Our people don't know how to cool down and think something, hold their sentiments. Oh, I take it because he's his brother, so what he says is true. So you are judging everything because it is his brother said it. Law, our first lady say, why not use your frontal lobe, part of your brain? Why not? Why are you straightforward in judgment? Use what if analysis. Oh, somebody fall. Now you just fall down. Immediately you that is observing from maybe 200 meters, you say, oh no, there's somebody at the back. It's him because he's at his back. It's him that pushed him. So you have concluded without thinking because that person is at his back. What if there is a banana peel which you didn't observe from that place you are, and the man slipped off? What if there's something, just little thing, a bump, that the man hits his leg and fall? What if you know, before you make your judgment, you need to use this what if it will guide you. That is why personally I look things around 360 degrees all round. That place you think is not possible, you still check it to be sure, practical. Therefore, stop being emotional in your judgment. Stop being emotional. Many propaganda has been flying. Somebody will be in his comfort zone and release one propaganda on WhatsApp, and people will hear, hey, now wow, now so, now, hey, is there, hey, they say the leadership, so the is there DOS, so the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, hey, now wow, now go, hey, now wow, now they say, people that are not analytical, that is little mind, they discuss people. Very little mind. That is why they have relegated you into buying your own money. And it's a fun. It's now normal. The money you work hard for. Now you go and buy it. It becomes a business now. This is what happens where primitive Neanderthals are. People that cannot be analytical in order to think, what is the cause of this problem? Before I continue, please let me bring in one other. Please come in and introduce yourself before I continue. One other, over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mazi Jonathan. Good afternoon, my fellow Biafrans. Welcome to our Saturday program. I hope you all are doing well. My utmost respect and regard to Hamadike, wherever he is. I send my energy, vibration to continue to protect him, guide him, strengthen him in every way he needs it. Then my utmost respect to our viewers, starting from the head of Directorate of State in the person of Mazi Edoziem Quiet Storm. My utmost respect to you. Keep up the good work. Biafrans are proud of you. And we are solidly behind, in front, at the back with you. The same goes for our Agone Chamber, our Mazi Wuru, and every other genuine member of IDOS. We respect you all. We are solidly behind you guys, with you guys. Why? Because our Hamadike, one of Biafra land, the man that started all this, the person you can look at, the spark, he left us with an instruction. He was very direct. He didn't mix words. He said, if you look for me, you cannot touch me. If you look for me, I am not where you can take direct instructions from me. I am paraphrasing. If you look for me, and I am not available, however you may qualify that, you must. It's a must. The instruction was not if like that. The instruction was not if you like. The instruction was not maybe. It was direct. It was powerful. He said, look up to DOS, because that's the structure. That is the backbone of the movement of the restoration of Biafra under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Hamadike, one of Biafra land. He went on to say too, whatever the head of directorate says goes. And we know Directorate of State is what? In the person of Mazi Edoziem. Now, for some of us who are students of the Christian Bible, I want to refer you to 1 Samuel chapter 15. You can read that. And you all can see why the king Saul was dethroned. He was disobedient. Because a strong instruction was given to him Go into the land of Amalekites, destroy every living, creeping thing, everything. The instruction was direct from Chukwuokikadiama. But because he put in his human thinking and reasoning, he did not carry the instruction to the letter. He injected his human mind. So when he went, he spared the king, and he brought us some fat cows. And when Ancient of Days sent back Prophet Samuel to go and tell him that he did not adjudicate the job properly. Just like some of us are making argument today, this person is a member of Mazi's family. This one is a member of this. Mazi told us to go and listen to this person, listen to that. We're injecting our own mind thoughts, our own thought process. It cannot be, it should not be, it must not be. That's why I'm citing this particular scripture. Because for what King Saul did, some people will look at it as a good gesture. Because his argument was, I brought the animals because I want to offer sacrifice to Ancient of Days. But I challenge you all to go and read that scripture. 1 Samuel chapter 15, starting from verse 18, will give you a bold argument there. Prophet Samuel said, Ancient of Days said, if I needed cows and animals for sacrifices, I created them, I will do that, I will provide them myself. The instruction was that direct, eliminate everything. And because you did not adjudicate the instruction of Ancient of Days as it was given to you today, the kingdom is removed from you. So this is what I'm telling all the people that are going outside the structure of IDK have set in place, all DOS. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how you care. It doesn't matter what you say, how much you care. You want to bring us Biafra. You cannot do that under the leadership of Mazi, Hamadike one or Biafra land within the structure. Anything you do outside this structure is blasphemy. Anything you do outside this structure, according to the scripture, is like a pig's blood in the altar of Ancient of Days. It can never be acknowledged because you will not follow the due process. This, I'm charging us all that whatever your religion is, we must understand that the ultimate authorization, ultimate instruction from Ancient of Days, doesn't matter how you qualify it, is the ultimate C&C, command and control. Because when God gives us instructions, He will tell us, if you do this, you will get that. There's always that. And if you don't, so the if is the caveat. The if here is, if you do anything outside DOS, you are not doing it in for Mazi or Hamadike, and it can never be recorded on the good book. Not taking much time. I thought I could use this to do my opening speech. Moving forward, I want to thank our Mazi that was just buried. One of our greatest heroes of the time. Mazi Chief Mbazulike. Mazi, I am calling you, I'm charging you, because I know that your energy is everywhere right now in the universal consciousness. Mazi, you witnessed, you begged, even as an elder that represented our community, our race, you begged an imposter, whether he is the real Jibrim or not. You begged him as an elder to give you one dying request. He denied you. So Mazi, our Hamadike, Mazi, our chief, Mbazulike, I am charging you. Go there. Do not rest. I want you to rouse up all our ancestors that have been passed, that are not, you must intimate them of what you witnessed. Galvanize them from the agent himself, what they have been doing to his child. They must rise up and fight the battle from there, give us unusual wisdom, direct our footsteps. But the little I know about spiritualism, the living must induce the dead. The dead must petition for us. My name is Marien Haider. Thank you all as we are about to relax now and let one of the greatest teachers of the moment of our time lead us to today's discussion. I wish you all good listening ears as we gather together, gather around our listening device with whatever that makes us comfortable, our wine, our whatever it is. I'm going to yield back. Thank you all. God bless. We
we must continue. Do not forget that today is a day that is dedicated to religious discussions. We don't shy away from it. Whether you have any opposing argument, you bring it here. We don't shy away from it, please. We don't shy away from it. The only thing I don't want is when you use the platform call as a warning. As a doctor did, he want to warn, stop this, stop that. That is not an argument. Please, when you have another thing in mind, just to warn, so that we stop what we are doing. I will not take it light. I will not take it light. I will react in a nasty way. That's it. You know, some people used to ask, or can I say ignorantly, why are we trying to do this, dive into religion? What has it to do with our struggle? Sometimes I look at it, I say, no, ignorance. Ignorance is a very big disease. What you don't know is more than you. It's just like when I was just scrolling a few hours ago, social media, and I came about one girl that was trying to counter what our brother Matthias is doing. No. Why are you doing this? Why are you attacking Christianity? What we have is bad government, and bad government that that is the cause of the problem in Nigeria. I say anyway, that is the level of understanding. Now the question is, what is government? You know, there is this mentality that Nigerians have, that, what is happening in Nigeria, the no electricity, the corruption, the bad, everything bad, worse in Nigeria. Insecurity, it is because of, you never get elect somebody that can fix it. Just continue voting. Take your PVC, vote. We will get it right. I look at people, I say, why is it in a place where millions are intellectuals in all fields, so-called intellectuals in every facet of life, but not in critical thinking? It's very sad. You know, having talent is not intelligence. For your information, you can have a talent and be a genius in one thing or the other, right from even birth. It doesn't mean that that is intelligent, that you are intelligent, you can do other things. No, it's that particular thing. Or you can reason critically as an intelligent person. No. How do you make a government work for the interest of the people? It is a contribution of the people. Some Nigerians, they thought that it is one day miracle will happen. We will get to vote in somebody that have a pure heart, a Christian mind, or who fear God, as they say. That always rise up in order to do something for themselves, to fight for themselves. It is the people, the peasants, the poor masses that are relegated to the background, that always rise up in order to fight for themselves. in order to say no, enough of this rubbish. We have to do something in another way. Do you understand? That is the reality. Sorry, I want to check my voice, and my voice is coming out clear. So, what am I trying to say? Now, when people talk about government, I want to now, compare why what we are doing, it is highly important. What you are doing is highly important in order to emancipate our people's mindset, mental liberation. Where you go to the north, northern Nigeria, I mean, the Muslims, they use Islam to tie them. When you see tying, their head is blocked with Islam. All they want to hear is, this is a Muslim, is a politician, is a Muslim. The other people, they are not Muslims, they are infidel. So please, don't Allah say in the Surat, in Quran, Surat 55, he said there, do not allow infidel to rule over you. What does it mean? They have used the religion in order to block. I want to make just primary case concerning these people that are they say nothing concern in religion, it's about the government. No, why are you diving into religion in this our struggle? No, it doesn't matter. No, that is just primarily in the north. I'm talking now in the Nigeria setting. Now you see that the person that is a northerner or a Muslim that is contesting for that post is the worst of all. It doesn't merit that post. But because of religious affiliation and sentiments, they will support him and put him there. And now when they put him there as a buffoon that doesn't know anything about the office he's taking, it is the same people that will start praying to Allah. Oh, we are suffering. We are suffering. Do miracle. How are we suffering? But they are the people that put themselves in the suffering. Do you see why religion should never be discarded? In the case of Nigeria, you never, because that is number one thing. They use it as sentimental issue. They don't think about merit. Oh, this person merits it. Oh, but he's not a Muslim, so it doesn't matter. Muslim or not, we need the best. No, that is not their concern. Even if it is a shit, as long as he's shouting Allah Akbar, he's a Muslim. Bring him, is okay for them. That is what Allah of Arabs say. Do you see where mental slavery, that type of mental slavery is the worst? That type of slavery is the worst. Do you see that? Now, when you come to Christianity also, in the Nigeria setting, things are going wrong. People are suffering because of bad governance. People don't ask, why is there first of all bad governance to go to the beginning? No, they don't ask. No, it's bad governance. They don't ask what is the reason. You know the difference between white people and black people. If something happens in the black, you see this Turkish earthquake in Turkey and Syria. You see, they were surprised that many houses fell apart, whereas the builders, the estate developers, they said that in their advertisements, while selling their houses and apartments, said that no, this house can resist a certain form of earthquake. But lo and behold, houses fall like bags of rice that was thrown down from a lorry. What? People started asking the normal question. Why are these houses that are supposed to resist this type of earthquake fell down? Whereas the owners of these estates, while selling, they gave guarantee that this house will build it in such a way that it could resist. And many of those people have been arrested. That is government. Many of those estate developers, agents, the builders, they have been some of them were arrested while trying to run away to another country or other countries at the airport and the border. In Turkey, I'm telling you. Why? Because they have standard. But imagine that this thing happened in Nigeria, this earthquake. Just imagine. And you want to talk about people that do this thing, but you advertise that you have to this house I'm buying, it is going to resist even earthquake, certain earthquake, which this one is among. You know what people will say, no, leave, this is in God that did it. Just leave, it doesn't matter. What can you do? He try now, at least he build good house and you bought with your money. You saw it before you buy. So what is it now? Do you remember when TB Joshua's church fell down? There I know that Nigerians, sometimes I think they are irredeemable. No, don't talk. It is him that did it. Why should he be arrested? Why should he be summoned to court? It's TB Joshua that built it, but it is his own. He is responsible. You will see the people that are suffering, they are the people defending those that are committing that rubbish. You understand? Therefore, when you want to do something, like in the Nigeria setting, I'm now in the Christian area. I have spoken about Islam. The danger is the people that are supposed to raise the poor people, the masses up, because they have the podium. They have the listening ears, people that follow them, people that see them as role models, people that take their word as their command. These pastors, reverend fathers, clergy, Christian clergies of all sorts that are respected by the people. Instead of them to tell the people the truth that look, electricity, you don't have electricity in Nigeria. You need to rise up and fight for it, otherwise you will not have it. These politicians, they are the problem. Instead of making people to understand that the problems you are facing in Nigeria, it is man-made and it is through man that you can solve it. No. I saw a praying in social media, clutching the cross. Oh, let there be success in your life. I decree success in a country that cannot manufacture toothpick. If these people will be telling them the truth, say no, stop praying to God. God is not going to solve your problem. It is you, all of you here. Instead, they are taking money, promising them fake things, something that government should be held accountable. Do you see where we need to discuss and remove this thing from the mindset of people? When they tell they will go and have that fake hope in the church or in the churches, don't worry, this is your week. As long as you pay tithe, you pay your offering and tithe, sow seed, I declare this week in Jesus' name to be yours. Every Neanderthal will shout amen. For them, imagine they come out and you start telling them that, look, we need to fight against we the people that are suffering. Rise up in revolution. They say, no, you go your revolution. My own, I'm okay now because Jesus have done it. The person that is telling you this, he is suffering more than anything. But because they give him anesthesia, they give him injection in the church to calm with fake hope. That don't worry, once you pray, once you do this, you pray, come to church and no problem. Everything belongs to you. Claim it in faith and it will materialize. They continue giving them this fake hope. Year in, year out, year in, year out, year in, year out, until they die. How do you think that people will rise up to fight against bad governance? Like what happened in Europe during the European Revolution. How do you think? That is why we are doing what we are doing. In order to let people understand that that thing they are going to that religion they bring. Though it is good for the Europeans, so because they have taken it as their way of life. But they are now using it as an injection. So against us. So that we turn against each other. So that we continue having fake hope. So that we smile as we are suffering. What is happening today? Jehovah praise. No problem. You ask somebody that has every problem in this life, he tell you no problem. It became part of us. You understand? No problem. Okay. Somebody that will help you say, okay, you have no problem. Okay, it's okay. But that person is suffering. They make people in Nigeria to be toothless bulldog. You no reaction, dead bodies. A termite, zinc, a butterfly that has no wing, it can no more fly again. Everything is acceptable. That is why politicians, they do everything with impunity, because they know that there are ingredients they are using to hold you down, including religion, churches, and Islam. You understand? You see politicians in Nigeria showing off their ill-gotten wealth, like Dino Melai, with impunity. People that their head should be cut off. People that because of them, thousands and thousands are dying every day. Because the money that is meant for social welfare or Medicare, they stole it. Money that was meant to put electricity, to build roads, they loot it, and they will come on social media be showcasing their wealth, and Nigerians are watching. You will see in the comment section some are praising them. Now this man low to hey, I tap your blessing in Jesus' name. Oh Allah, help us. Allah help me to be like this man, because you are all that you are praying for is for you to go and start looting. Do you see where religion comes into play in a negative way? Do you see that? But if we go back to our natural values, there are ethics, If you cross it, something will happen to you. People will rise up. You understand? People are obliged to rise up or do something. You know, like sometimes I used to watch like all these pranks, all these loyalty tests that fool everywhere in the social media. Nigerians, you know. I've seen a boy and a girl, or a man and a woman. Let me not call them boy and girl. You know, they swore an oath never to cheat each other. And the girl pumped him with money because the girl is staying abroad. The boy thought that the oath they swore is nonsense. He started cheating. They know the tell man now. I have seen it. All these things I used to learn from. I say, you know, the boy now after thinking that he have cheated the girl, gotten money, millions of naira, built house, he blocked the girl. The girl was looking. It's okay. But when their oath caught the boy, with the girl, all of them were sick. The boy cannot reproduce. He cannot perform. His manhood is as dead as cold dead body. He started looking for the girl. This is real. I watch it. Not even once. One. There are many like that. Such stories. I watch live. Now I start asking myself, you can never see somebody that they swore an oath with Bible and this kind of thing happen. I never see. If you see, let me know. You know, when people want to go into something real practically that concerns them, practical, now they remember their roots. As during the oath taking, they tell the girl maybe because it's the person's, sponsoring the boy. Tell him, let us use Bible. He will, maybe even if he's a pastor, he will insult you and say, which kind of Bible? Bible the work. That time he will tell you the truth. They don't take something that is of high importance. They now go back to the roots and now if you can swear with you, now I'll give you the money, no problem. And when because you know that it will work. It is our thing. It is part of us. It will work. When you go against it, because what he wants is truth, but you don't swear. You swear with none of them go to swear with Bible. Only where they swear with Bible is politicians. You know, in the court. I swear, whatever I'm going to say here is truth and nothing but the truth. Because they know it doesn't work. You never see any person that they say he swear and after this thing happened to him. No. Isn't it funny? Not funny anyway, but it's serious. Therefore, we will continue. Before I go into the topic of my submission today, there is just one news. One pastor in Mozambique, they say he died trying to, wait please, let me get it. Yes, a pastor dies after attempting to copy Jesus' 40-day fasting. On the 25th day, he developed his ulcer, sickness, everything. Very weak. He lost liquid. And they carried him to hospital. And he died there on the 25th day because he want to sickness, everything. Very weak. He lost liquid. And they carried him to hospital. And he died there on the 25th day because he want to they watch these cartoons, as every child does. All they want us, but these cartoons, where do they live? You know, very intelligent question. Where do they live in this world? Because only in television you see them, not in physical. So you see, maybe a child trying to go and look for the cartoon he's watching. You know, the way they behave. You know, you want to see Tom and Jerry in the physical world. That is what I think this pastor wants to do. He wants to do. He doesn't try to imitate Albert Einstein, the father of atomic physics. No, but he wants to imitate Jesus. Oh, if you are like this, everything name, na you know, I call tortoise na mbenoke. Sometimes. Because what baffles me is
but Mazi, quickly, the guy that did that thing, he wanted to emulate Yeshua, right? But he did not, because I'm talking about why I'm coming in here, Mazi, quickly, because you say foundation is just laid. Our people do not like to research. They do not like to investigate. This individual that they're telling you about, whoever it is, whatever story they're telling you, what is the antecedent? What is the story behind? How did the person get there? Did the person just come and begin to exhibit whatever power or whatever they're telling you? No. Because the person would have made research and realized or found out that this Yeshua is trying to emulate, to fast for 40 days and 40 nights. Did he just do it from his own power? This is an individual, according to the story of the Bible, at the age of 2, he was smuggled into Egypt. We know the culture of Egypt then. We can ascertain the spiritual culture of Egypt, their religion and everything. These were Africans practicing African religion from all its concepts. Now, this Yeshua, according to the Bible, when they are at the age of 2, the next time you will hear about him in the Bible is when it's around 12. The argument is
that just come into my mind as we talk about Egypt. You know, for this is for people that are asking who is our ancestors and what did they do. Now, I want them to go and ask, why are scientists always in Egypt to the hieroglyphic writing, picture writing, trying to know what happened in the past thousands of years? These are ancestors. Of what use? If the question our brother asked, who is our ancestor, what did they do? If they are not important, you know, scientists from all western parts of the world wouldn't be spending, you know, huge amount of money in order to discover what ancestors did, what they did thousands of years back. It won't be worth it if it is like our brother, who is our ancestor. But it's a very big pity that no Igbo archaeologists, no Biafran archaeologists, as far as I know, is interested in trying to dig out things in Udi, in Uri, to try to find out.
There is one, I can't remember his name, Mazi, the guy that spearheaded the excavation at Uguele. Okay. There is one saying, but we don't have many of us that are interested in it.
We need to give them publicity. They need to come up.
Yes. I'm going to put his name in the next segment, in the next.
Of course. These are what we should be encouraging. People that should be studying about our ancient writing, our old, developed by our ancestors in Tibidi. Because these are things that are worth studying about. These are things that are worth studying. But they want us to leave everything, forget our past, and just we have to move on. Let's move on. You are moving to where? To abyss? When you don't know your past? Well, I'm going to stop here. I don't know whether you have just few one thing to add. Please, just under 1 minute before we go into the business of the day.
Yeah, Mazi.
Before we go into the business of the day.
Yeah, Mazi.
Before we go into the business of the day.
Yeah, Mazi.
Before we go into the business of the day.
Yeah, Mazi.
Before we go into the business of the day.
Yeah, Mazi.
Before we go into the business of the day.
Yeah, Mazi. I'm adding this is my own. They did not come and say, in the name of Jesus, all Biafrans, all Africans, I want you to be morons and bow and be subjugated. No. They use literal and physical weapons to subjugate us. They did that to enslave us. They did not invoke the name of Jesus to capture any slave. They did not invoke the name of Jesus to do all the manipulations they did. They used practical things. So now these people, after they finished conquering us, when they were leaving, they will now take the same nuclear weapon,
the power of Jesus, and leave it for us.
And give it for us. I said this girl is really thinking.
No, I saw the girl. I saw her pronouncement. Yes. Honestly, very perfect.
Perfect sense. So perfect now, argument. An armed robber will come to your house, use his gun to terrorize you. Then after robbing your house, before he leaves, he takes the loaded gun and give you. That's the argument somebody wants to tell me. Because they know it doesn't work. Because in a scenario I just described, what the armed robber will do is he will remove all the bullets, take the magazine, and give you an empty gun. That's the best he can do for you. He's not going to give you a loaded gun. If at all he gives you a genuine gun, what he's going to give you is a rubber gun. Because he gives you what he used in conquering you. It doesn't make sense. That's oxymoron. But that's what somebody wants us to believe. So coming back to our ancestral way of worship, coming back, that is our natural way of worship, like what you just described, taking an oath. You're dealing with spiritual things. It's not about religion, because when we talk about it, All these charlatans will jump up and say that's what we're talking. No, there's a huge difference between religiosity and spiritualism. That's why I continue to shout and pound. What I'm advocating for is ushering back spiritualism. Spiritualism, when you talk about it, you don't need all these grieving images, because the universal consciousness of Godhead is everywhere. You don't need any grieving image to communicate with him. He doesn't need that. It is between your spiritual inner personality being in connection, being connected to the universal consciousness, which is the Godhead. And how do you do that? Simply, there are things you call universal laws. You obey them. Love your neighbor as yourself. Do not do to somebody what you don't want them to do to you. I'm talking about the ultimate agape love. Go to any religion. Spiritual foundation is all about genuine love, not filial love. Agape love. That's the universal consciousness law. Once you begin to, before you do something to somebody else, you reverse it and say, if somebody inflicts or does such a gesture to me, will I like it? That's your mantra. That's what is called the golden rule. And then there are some of us who are gifted from birth, to whom you have your gift might be oratory. Your gift might be the ability to communicate with the spirit, the other two worlds, I call the spiritual dimension. Because you are a healer. Some people are healers. Some people are everything. These are natural gifts that is given to you before you come out here. So whether you go and become a Christian, whether you find yourself as a Muslim, whether you find yourself as an ordinary person, your gift will still express itself. You are not prophetic because of your religion. You are not a healer because of your religion. You are not an orator because of your religion. You are not a nice person because of your religion. No. You are who you are because the gift has been given to you. So it doesn't matter the foundation of religion or spiritualism you find yourself. That gift must express itself. The only caveat here is this. That religious foundation you try to express yourself, your potential through, will either enhance it to be expressed positively, or it will diminish it, not to be expressed at all, or express itself from negative perspective. That's the only thing. That is why somebody like me, after I checked, I tried literally all known or available religions to me. I opted for spiritualism. Because spiritualism, you must go with fairness, equity, and justice. You're not dealing with physical being. You're not dealing with a human being. When you speak, you know you're speaking, you are taking your oath or whatever you're doing, and God is bearing witness. That's what we're talking about. That's what happened to that individual. We thought he was dealing with the human entity, where you can go and speak your words and nothing. But now reality has hit him. And I'm praying, because the only time we will come to this level of consciousness we're talking about, some of us is when we experience it. It's not my prayer for everyone. But when you see somebody who has gone through that process, or you have been exposed by that, because when you have been through, like this young man we're talking about, I pray that he will have somebody that will heal him, somebody that will reverse the course on him. Now tomorrow somebody will want to come and preach to this young man that there is nothing like spiritualism, that Jesus is the ultimate. That will be the greatest fallacy. Mazi, I'm going to rest here as we jump into the main course.
Of course. You raised something very, very important. How do you think the Europeans that deny us or deny us technology, powerful technology? How do you see how they are guarding atomic bomb or the atomic technology? To the extent, if nations, any nation that have it, they will try to make sure to bring it down. South Africa, I think either South Africa only or South Africa and either Algeria or Libya. We are the only two countries, either Algeria or Libya, one of them, We are the only two.
No, the Nigeria doesn't have a South Africa, I know for certain, and it's because that was when the white people were ruling South Africa.
Yes, I'm coming. I want to make a statement. They have the capability of this atomic bomb technology. They have the capacity of building an atomic bomb, but through diplomacy, they renounced it. They renounced it amicably, because they renounced it. They renounced it amicably, because amicably, because cannot produce AK-47 to fight Boko Haram or to ward off intruders. No way. But people there claim they have power. They are given power through the Roman Catholic or Roman Empire. Through the Europeans, left them with power so that they can do undo. They can pronounce and everything will come to, you already believe. Do you think that if this thing is really as you think, that the Europeans will even expose it to you? Can't you think? Can't you think?
You just made the ultimate argument. Look at all the jigsaw politics going on in the world, trying to restrict people having the nuclear technology. Look at all the jigsaw politics going on. This is the mother of all earth weapons. They don't want you to know the technology. They are willing to do anything to disrupt you. That's what. Can people ask the question, what has Iran done? What did Gaddafi do? What did Thomas Sankara did? What did he do? Because they were trying to empower their people. Because they want the same knowledge that the white people have. They don't want you to have it. So now you're telling me that the ultimate power, just by pronouncing the name of Jesus, the whole world will kill it. They handed it over to you without your questioning them. Gave you the Bible free. Even gave you the blueprint. The blueprint of that weapon. Expose it to you. So that you can overthrow them. Is that what you want to tell me? Why can't we think? They gave you the religion because they know the religion will be our ultimate demise. And look at where we are. We can't even agree together. They didn't even bring the religion to us and say, okay, let it be one religion. You have different denominations, different factions. The same thing with Muslim religion. It's not just Christian religion. People think that Muslim religion has one faction. You have numerous factions. You have those who do not agree with what they do. You have those who are the fatwa people. You have those who say you are not descending from Muhammad's cousin. I am Muhammad's disciple. They have different factions. The only thing that when they want to fight, which is where they be the Christians, they come out and fight as a common front. Because the people that are using them, who are using those fighters, have an ulterior motive, which is political. They are not religious people. Who are really using all these people on the lower level, all these Alamajiris, all these suicide bombers, they have no interest in religion. If you meet a typical Muslim who is in a governmental hierarchy, they are not interested in religion or politics. These are not religious. Look at them. If they believe in Allah, look at what the Rufai is doing. Is that what Allah told him to do according to the Quran? Look at even Buhari. If you pay attention, you can hear one or two Muslims that will rise up and say what Buhari is doing is against their Quran. Where in the Bible, where in their Quran that some of the things they are doing, their Quran condemns corruption. He condemns it. So, but these people are doing it with impunity because they are not interested in religion. They don't believe in that religion. They are just using it as a tool to galvanize these ignorant people. They have indoctrinated to believe that their religion is the ultimate or is going to take them to God. If these people so believe in that they must do good so that they can go and that believe in something like Allah and hell and heaven, why are they doing this? Not just to you and I as infidels, to their own people. Why are they doing it to their own people? We must ask these necessary questions because that's the only way we begin to have an inclination and idea and then can save ourselves. Now, I'm going to yield here.
Of course. You know, we have taken time in this preamble, but it is worth it, honestly speaking. Because when you look at the stupidity of our people in all this, you say anyway, it is ignorance. Here, you don't pay money to listen to Radio Biafra. What we do after talking, after listening, go and make your researches so that you can know the truth. Hearing the truth doesn't make you wise or set you free. But when you know it, you will have to know it. After making researches, trying, asking questions, now you know it. Knowing it now will set you free. That is it. Therefore, today, under upholding our values, we are going to talk about religion as an arm of colonization. Religion, arm of colonization. That is it. Now, I will start. I will start by just defining colonization. You know, all these things, we say it, we talk it every day. But I want to reiterate so that we understand also. We start from the scratch. As we know, colonization is the action or process of settling among and establishing control over the indigenous people of an area. Remember the key words. Settling among and establishing control. Not only settling among, because just like now, we all are dispersed. We travel. There is one thing to be in the midst of people, and there is another thing to establish control over the owners of the land. That is colonization. You establish control. You don't do it only through fighting, physical colonization. You have mental one. You have to bring an argument or impose your argument, your own ideology on them. Imposition is by force. It doesn't matter. It could be the force of money. It could be the force of some privilege, political privilege. It could be so that any person that is with you now, you give him that privilege in order to attract others. It's not only through killing. You can also do it through killing. Intimidation. By killing to give example. You kill any person that resists, you kill. Or you send your people to kill. So that others will fear that, oh, let me change, otherwise I will become killed. These are colonization system or systems of colonization, of which this religion is one of the main arms of colonization. Because when you are able to, mentally or impose people on your own ideology, you control them. Is it not what the Fulani are doing? What they are trying in our land? They call us stubborn Igbos. But if they are able to break through in order to put Islam in us, to finish, that we are finished, they will be there commanding us and controlling us. Because where do we go? Who do we take as our spiritual leaders? It will be the Fulanis. The same way you are answerable to Rome, to Pope. The same way you are answerable to Archbishop of Canterbury. The same way you are answerable to your daddy GO. You are inferior to your daddy GO. That is why any slightest thing you go and tell him or her. You understand? That is what the Fulani are doing in our land. Trying to Fulanize us through Islamization so that they can be able to control us, so that they can be able to manipulate us. Don't you see Asari Mujahid Dokubo during the time of NSAS? Who is he defending? Islam. Without mental colonization. Mental colonization goes through ideology, mostly religion. Historically, the Middle East, as we call it today, listen, composed of a diverse mix of ethnicities and religions. But how did the Arab colonialism conquer the entire Middle East today? How? That is something we need to go into a bit details about it so that you understand how religion is a very big arm of colonization. Now, today there are currently 13, the original Arabs were found in the Arab Peninsula. The original Arab Peninsula are in the present day Bahrain, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, that is United Arab Emirates, of which Dubai is there, one of the United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. They are 9 original. These people, though this country, they were not called with these names. They were different, having different names before. The time, because they were being ruled mostly before the First World War by Ottoman Empire, before they were defeated during the First World War, and they now came under the European control, which facilitated this Arab identity. Let me tell you, and the devil is in the detail. Please, I will go into a little detail, please. Now, the original Arabs were found in the Arab Peninsula, in the 9 Arab countries, which I mentioned before. But today, there are currently 13 more countries which identify themselves as Arabs, which weren't originally Arabs. These Arab countries, which I mentioned before. But today, there are currently 13 more countries which identify themselves as Arabs, which weren't originally Arabs. to Arabs and Muslims. How did the entire region become Arab Muslim when in fact it is a region composed of diverse mix of ethnicities and religions? Originally, listen attentively, Arabs were a minority in the Middle East. They existed predominantly in the Arabian Peninsula. How did they expand? What happened to the other nations around them? Did they vanish? The answer to the last couple of questions are no, they did not vanish. They predominantly in the Arabian Peninsula. How did they expand? What happened to the other nations around them? Did they vanish? The answer to the last couple of questions are no, they did not vanish. They lived in the Arabian Peninsula. How did they expand? What happened to the other nations around them? Did they vanish? The answer to the last couple of questions are no, they did not vanish. They from all western parts of the world. They are Nigerians. They are the tribalized Nigerians. So people without roots. This is what happened to the indigenous people in places you are calling Arab countries today that they are not Arabs. You understand? That is what happened to them. Exactly. They continue until the original identities of these people were wiped from their psyche. This campaign started with the Arab Islamic confessions. Through these invasions, we have to submit to the new religion, Islam, as well as submitting to a whole new identity. Because when you submit to the foreign religion, you have a new identity. Do you understand me? That is why an Igbo man will proudly call and say, you know, I'm a Christian. It's an identity. He will never identify himself as Onyo. No. Anyway, I'm a Christian. That is how identities are changed. Do you understand me? Exactly like that. So let me continue in what I'm saying. As I said, this campaign started with the Arab Islamic conquest of the neighboring nations. Through these invasions, nations were made to submit to the new religion, Islam, as well as submitting to a whole new identity. The identity of the invader. That is what they take. You are obliged to submit to the identity of the invader. In our land today, when you call yourself a Christian, Christians, who brought you the Christianity? Is it not invaders, European invaders? We now take their identity. Do you see how life is? Languages were banned. New generations opened their eyes to one language, Arabic, albeit Arabic dialects, which carry much of the regional languages to this day. Yes. Do you understand? Now, the ultimate aim of the Islamic invasions was to amass great wealth under the pretense of spreading Islam. You know, we always talk about European colonialism. We seldom talk about Arab colonialism. It started early. That is why if you call an Hausa man now, just experiment on this. An Hausa or even a Fulani. Ask him, what do you call God in your own language? In your own language, not Arabic. You see, most of them will tell you Allah. Because it is the language of the Arabs, the invaders. Make this experiment. You know, because it has been long time they were colonized, thousands of years back. After all, the Fulani, they entered Islam, mostly 9th, 10th century. Is it today? Is it today? More than 1,000 years back. entered Islam mostly 9th, 10th century. Is it today? Is it today? More than 1,000 years back. Wouldn't be spending huge amount 9th, 10th century of money today in order to discover what ancestors did. What they did thousands of years back. It won't be worth it. If it is like our brother, who is our ancestor. But it's a very big people that no Igbo archaeologists, no Biafran archaeologists, as far as I know, is interested in trying to dig out things in Udu, to try to find out.
I can't remember his name. The guy that headed the excavation at Uguele. There is one we don't have many of them that are interested in it.
We need to give them publicity. They need to come up.
Yes. I'm going to put his name in the next segment, in the next
Of course. These are what we should be encouraging. People that should be studying about our ancient writings, our old developed by our ancestors in Tibet. Because these are things that are worth studying about. These are things that are worth studying. But they want us to leave everything, forget our past, and just we have to move on. Let's move on. You are moving to where? To Abyss. When you don't know your past, well, I'm going to stop here. One, I don't know whether you have just one thing to add. Please, just under 1 minute before we go to the business of the day. One.
Yeah, Mazi.
Before we go to the business of the day. One.
Yeah, Mazi. Please, or don't change just to me, will I like it? That's your mantra. That's what is called the golden rule. And then there are some of us who are gifted from birth. To whom you have your gift. Your gift might be oratory. Your gift might be the ability to communicate and the spirit, the other one word that called the spiritual dimension. Because you are a healer. Some people are healers. Some people are everything. These are natural gifts that is given to you before you come out here. So whether you go and become a Christian, whether you find yourself as a Muslim, whether you find yourself as a ordinary person, your gift will still express itself. You are not prophetic because of your religion. You are not a healer because of your religion. You are not an orator because of your religion. You are not a nice person because of your religion. No. You are who you are because the gift has been given to you. So it doesn't matter the foundation of religion or spiritualism you find yourself. That gift must express itself. The only caveat here is this. That religious foundation you try to express yourself, your potential through, will either enhance it to be expressed positively, or it will diminish it, not to be expressed at all, or express itself from negative perspective. That's the only thing. That is why somebody like me, after I tried literally all known or available religions to me, I opted for spiritualism. Because spiritualism, you must go with fairness, equity, and justice. You're not dealing with physical being. You're not dealing with a human being. When you speak, you know you're speaking, you are taking your oath or whatever you're doing, and God is bearing witness. That's what we're talking about. That's what happened to that individual. We thought you were dealing with the human entity, where you can go and speak your words and nothing. But now he has hit me. I am praying. Because the only time people will come to this level of consciousness we are talking about, some of us is when we experience it. It's not my prayer for everyone. But when you see somebody who has gone through that process, or you have been exposed by that, because when you are being true like this young man we're talking about, I pray that he will have somebody that will heal him, somebody that will reverse the course on him. Now tomorrow somebody will want to come and preach to this young man that there is nothing like spirituality, that Jesus is the ultimate. That will be the greatest fallacy. Mazi, I'm going to rest here and jump into the main call.
Of course. You raise something very, very important. How do you think the Europeans that deny us technology, powerful technology? How do you see how they are gathering atomic bomb or the atomic technology? To the extent if nations, any nation that have it, they will try to make sure to bring it down. South Africa, I think either South Africa only or South Africa and either Algeria or Libya. We are the only two countries, either Algeria or Libya, one of them. We are the only two.
South Africa, I know for that. I mean, because that was when the white people were
yes, I want to make a statement. They have the capability of this atomic bomb technology. They have the capacity of building an atomic bomb, but through diplomacy, they renounced it. They renounced it amicably, because renounced it. They renounced it amicably, because amicably, because cannot produce AK-47 to fight Boko Haram or to ward off intruders. No way. But people they claim they have power. They are given power through the Roman Catholic or Roman Empire. Through the Europeans, left them with power so that they can do undo. They can pronounce and everything will come to, Why that you already believe? Do you think that if this thing is really as you think, that the Europeans will easily expose it to you? Can't you happen? Can't you happen?
You just made the ultimate argument. Look at all the jigsaw politics going on in the world, trying to restrict people having the nuclear technology. Look at all the jigsaw politics going on. This is the mother of all weapons. They don't want you to know the technology. They are willing to do anything to disrupt you. That's what can people ask the question, what has Iran done? What did Gaddafi do? What did Thomas Sankara did? What did he do? Because they were trying to empower their people. Because they want the same knowledge that the white people have. They don't want you to have it. So now you're telling me that the ultimate power, just by pronouncing the name of Jesus, the whole world will trade it. They handed it over to you without your questioning them. Gave you the Bible free. Even gave you the blueprint. The blueprint of that weapon. Expose it to you. So that you can overthrow them. Is that what you want to tell me? Why can't we think? They gave you the religion because they know the religion will be our ultimate demise. And look at where we are. We can't even agree together. They didn't even bring the religion to us and say, okay, let it be one religion. You have different denominations, different factions. The same thing with Muslim religion. It's not just Christian religion. People think that Muslim religion has one faction. They have numerous factions. You have those who do not agree with what they do. You have those who are the factual people. You have those who say you are not descending from Muhammad's cousin. I am Muhammad's this. They have different factions. The only thing that when they want to fight, which is where they beat the Christians, they come out and fight as a common front. Because the people that are using them, who are using those fighters, have an ulterior motive, which is political. They are not religious people. Using all these people on the lower level, all these marginates, all these suicide bombers, they have no interest in religion. If you meet a typical Muslim who is in a governmental hierarchy, they are not interested in religion or politics. These are not religion. If they believe in Allah, look at what the Rufai is doing. Is that what Allah told him to do according to the Quran? Look at even Buhari. If you pay attention, you can hear one or two Muslims that will rise up and say what Buhari is doing is against their Quran. Where in the Bible, where is their Quran that some of the things they are doing, their Quran condemns corruption? He condemns it. So, but these people are doing it with impunity because they are not interested in religion. They don't believe in that religion. They are just using it as a tool to galvanize these ignorant people. They have indoctrinated to believe that their religion is the ultimate, or going to take them to God. If these people so believe that they must do good so that they can go and that believe in something like Allah and hell and heaven, why are they doing this? Not just to you and I as infidels, to their own people. Why are they doing it to their own people? We must ask these necessary questions, because that's the only way we begin to have an inclination right here, and then can save ourselves. Like I'm going to use here.
Of course. You know, we have taken time in this preamble, but it is worth it, honestly speaking. Because when you look at the stupidity of our people in all this, the same way it is ignorance. Here, you don't pay money to listen to Radio Biafra. What we do after talking, after listening, go and make your researches so that you can know the truth. Hearing the truth doesn't make you wise or set you free, but when you know it, you have to know it. After making researches, trying, asking questions, now you know it. Knowing it now will set you free. That is it. Therefore today, under upholding our values, we are going to talk about religion as an arm of colonization. Religion, arm of colonization. That is it. Now, I will start. I will start by just defining colonization. You know, all these things, we say it, we talk it every day. But I want to reiterate so that we understand also. We start from the scratch. As we know, colonization is the action or process of settling among and establishing control over the indigenous people of an area. Remember the two words, settling among and establishing control. Not only settling among, because just like now, we all are dispersed. We travel. There is one thing to be in the midst of people, and there is another thing to establish control over the owners of the land. That is colonization. You establish control. You don't do it only through fighting, physical colonization. You have mental one. You have to bring an argument or impose your argument, your own ideology on them. Imposition is by force. It doesn't matter. It could be the force of money. It could be the force of some privilege, political privilege. It could be so that any person that is with you now, you give him that privilege in order to attract others. It's not only through killing. You can also do it through killing. Intimidation. By killing, to give example, you kill any person that resists, you kill. or you send your people to kill, so that others will fear that, oh, let me change, otherwise I will become killed. These are colonization system, or systems of colonization, of which this religion is one of the main arms of colonization.
Do you see that?
Because when you are able to,
Telling you that Islam,
mentally or impose people on your own ideology, you control them. Is it not what the Fulani are doing? Okay. What they are trying in our land. Fast forward to this, they call us stubborn Igbos. But if they are able to break through
carried out by
in order to put Islam in us, finish, that we are finished, they will.
First World War colonial powers. Listen attentively. The Western powers endorsed the Arab identity in the region, making it harder for the indigenous nations to have independent voice. Highlighting this era was the establishment of the Arab states, because after the First World War, many Arab countries were given birth. Do you understand? They gave birth to many by the Europeans. They renamed and created countries then. Arab countries you are seeing today. The same thing. Do you understand? But the only difference is that they did not buy into the European foreign religion. They maintained their own. That is why, despite the fall of fall of the Islamic Golden Age, today they can be able to use their money to buy technology and indigenize it. The way what you are seeing in Dubai is the work of expatriates, foreign expatriates, whether Christians or Hindu, it doesn't matter, Buddhists, so from every part of the world, they use money to buy you. You come and develop that thing you are doing in your country, that technology, you bring it in Dubai, you bring it in Qatar, you bring it in Kuwait, you bring it in that is the way you normally they should have been the alma maters. But one mad person came in the name of religion and say and demonize advancement. The same way they are indirectly demonizing physical advancement in Nigeria. How do I mean? When they will tell you that you go to church, your progress depends on how you pray hard. Your progress. I saw one buffoon. He said he went to exam. And in the exam hall, he didn't know the question. And he used the question paper to ask, oh, God of choosing, because he's from choosing. God of choosing, God of choosing, give me the answer. Oh, power. And one person came, appear, and started giving him a expo. They are putting an end to your physical mentality as dummies. They are making you dummies in this way. That is what this foreign religion is all about. Making you to be dummies, so that you cannot think about your own. So that when you hear this testimony, this fake testimony, oh, and I shouted, God of choosing, and I passed my exam. And in the whole of 100 and almost 200 people that is there, only me and the sister that copied from me passed. Is chosen. Now you as yourself, will you? All younger men that hear this thing, do you think that they will be interested in studying hard? They will go church more harder to be, they will be going to meet the God of choosing. So that in the exam hall, they will invoke God of choosing, oh yeah, appear, and he will appear and give them expo so that they will pass. Do you see how foreign religion is killing us gradually? Do you see that? People say no. Some people don't talk about this. Are you watching? Are you hearing what I'm saying? It happened to the Arabs. You understand me? It happened to them. They should be on top of Europeans today. They should be on top of America today. But they stopped it themselves. They demonize advancement. The same way in Nigeria, they are indirectly demonizing advancement. They say it comes through prayer from pastor. Once you say abracadabra in Jesus' name, everything light will come, electricity will be put in place. Don't you see how they are destroying your brains in Nigeria through this religion? Let me continue, please. Let me continue. Okay.
Okay, sorry, let me see where I stop. Okay. In this phase, many of the indigenous nations of Middle East were put under the rule of Arabs. No? Okay, as I said, fast forward to the 20th century. The region witnessed further Arabization. This was not carried out by the Arabs themselves, but surprisingly enough, by the post-First World War colonial powers. People that won the war, the First World War, the Europeans that won it. The Western powers endorsed the Arab identity in the region, making it harder for the other indigenous nations to have an independent voice. Highlighting this era was the establishment of the Arab states, new states with new borders and one official language, Arabic. The colonial powers also chose an Arabian tribe, the Hashemite, to be appointed as royalty in these new states. This is when the Saudi family came to rule Arabia, and their cousins ruling Jordan, Iraq, and other parts of the region. These royals were chosen based on one criteria only: their allegiance to the colonial powers. A relationship which to this day has given this family a carte blanche, not only in Saudi Arabia but in the world affairs. Do you see? I say compare what is happening in the zoo called Nigeria. Compare. The Fulani were given authority by the British over Nigeria because of their relationship.
So we have a very, very, very special guest with us today, Dr. Uju Anya, and she is a professor at Carnegie Mellon University in Applied Linguistics.
Yeah.
And so welcome. So I had two more questions and I want to open it up. Has this experience changed the way, because like you said, you kind of go in, you use Twitter, you kind of almost like prepare, like you said, to teach when you go in there. Has this experience changed the way you're looking at engaging in social media, or do you intend to continue to engage in the way you have?
So even in this, my most intense moment on social media, fundamentally, more than I am anything else in this world, more than I am a mother, more than I am a researcher, more than I am a sister, a community member, I am a teacher. And if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to teach.
Right.
And even in that very intense moment of profound pain and my outbursts, my emotional outbursts of deep, deep pain, I was teaching. I followed up explaining that there was a genocide against the Biafra people.
Right.
Right. Who were trying, the Igbo people who were trying to form an independent nation of Biafra. They wanted to be separate from the country that the British Empire had imposed on us, which was this country of Nigeria, where they kind of took a bunch of independent nations who don't have anything to do with each other, don't even speak each other's language, don't relate. Many of them were even enemies and warring at the time, smushed them all together and drew these arbitrary lines around them and called them countries and named those countries.
Right.
And then said, now y'all get along and do a country for us and be a union for us. And then go through, contentious, bloody independence processes that never really yield any real independence. You're still part of a commonwealth afterwards.
True.
And you have the eternal meddling in your affairs and the eternal extraction of your resources and the eternal fomenting of divisiveness and infighting in order to be able to control you. This is what an oppressor does, a colonizer does. These are tactics and strategies of dominance.
Right.
We were subjected to that as a larger unit of Nigeria. And then when the Igbo people said, we want our own thing. Let's go and do that. Well, it so happened to be that the territory that this new country of Biafra was going to be in included very, very rich oil reserves. And the British were not going to let go of that.
Wow.
And the people that they had put in power, their puppet Nigerian governments weren't going to do that either, because they needed it for the Nigerian project.
Right.
And Britain needed it for its own interests and uses. So Great Britain got directly involved in this civil war and in the war for independence, and decided that they would do everything to make sure that Biafra did not go.
Wow.
And this everything meant directly funding genocide of the people of Biafra. This is what happened. This is the historical record. I'm not saying anything that's in doubt or in question, right?
Yeah.
Even when it was happening during this period of 1967 to 1970, the BBC themselves were producing documentaries decrying it, covering all the protests that were happening in Great Britain.
This is recent.
Yeah, this is very recent. My sister, for example, is turning 60 this month. And my sister was alive at that time. She was like 5, 6.
Right.
My other brother was alive at the time, and my second brother was in my mother's belly. She was pregnant during this time. Running from village to village to escape the bombs that they were throwing at villagers. So when we tell you that 3 million people, some people have said up to 5 million, 6 million, or some people quote low. So the sort of average agreed upon number that you really cannot contest is about 3 million. When you think of a Holocaust,
right,
this is a Holocaust.
Absolutely.
Now, the Holocaust that we typically were most familiar with is the most famous one against the Jewish people.
Yes.
Where they, 6 million of them were massacred.
Absolutely.
So at the most sort of conservative estimation, they did half of us.
Right.
Half that number. Civilians. These are non-combatants. And more than 1 million children alone starved.
Wow.
Now, I'm afraid and ashamed. Inferiority complex. Do you understand me? What the Arabs did to the indigenous people of Asia and Africa, the Europeans did the same. You understand? They colonized and formed empires. Example is the British Empire across the world. The first colonial identities to the colonized indigenous population. This is why an Igbo, Ijo, Idoma, or simply a Biafran person would proudly be identifying him or herself as a Christian. For you, it doesn't matter. I'm a Christian. It is a stamp of colonial identity. A stamp. If we continue like this unabated, in the next few generations, our natural
This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument.
We have to come to the conclusion that there are no extenuating circumstances. You have been found guilty on all charges.
So we have a very, very, very special guest with us today, Dr. Uju Anya, and she is a professor at Carnegie Mellon University in Applied Linguistics.
Yeah.
And so welcome. So I had 2 more questions, and I want to open it up. Has this experience changed the way? Because, like you said, you kind of go in, you use Twitter. You kind of almost like prepare, like you said, to teach when you go in there. Has this experience changed the way you're looking at engaging in social media, or do you intend to continue to engage in the way you have?
So even in this, my most intense moment, on social media. Fundamentally, more than I am anything else in this world, more than I am a mother, more than I am a researcher, more than I am a sister, a community member, I am a teacher. And if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to teach.
Right.
And even in that very intense moment of profound pain and my outburst, my emotional outburst of deep, deep pain, I was teaching. I followed up explaining that there was a genocide against the Biafra people.
Right.
Right. Who were trying, the Igbo people who were trying to form an independent nation of Biafra. They wanted to be separate from the country that the British Empire had imposed on us, which was this country of Nigeria, where they kind of took a bunch of independent nations who don't have anything to do with each other, don't even speak each other's language, don't relate. Many of them were even enemies and warring at the time, smushed them all together and drew these arbitrary lines around them and called them countries and named those countries.
Right.
And then said, now y'all get along and do a country for us and be a union for us. And then go through, contentious, bloody independence processes that never really yield any real independence. You're still part of a commonwealth afterwards.
True.
And you have the eternal meddling in your affairs and the eternal extraction of your resources and the eternal fomenting of divisiveness and infighting in order to be able to control you. This is what an oppressor does, a colonizer does. These are tactics and strategies of dominance.
Right.
We were subjected to that as a larger unit of Nigeria. And then when the Igbo people said, we want our own thing, let's go and do that. Well, it so happened to be that the territory that this new country of Biafra was going to be in included very, very rich oil reserves. And the British were not going to let go of that.
Wow.
And the people that they had put in power, their puppet Nigerian governments weren't going to do that either because they needed it for the Nigerian project.
Right.
And Britain needed it for its own interests and uses. So
now they are waiting for us to be killed and slaughtered so that they will be coming to give a loaf of bread, garega upon one person to serve one person, so that to continue making sure that their foreign religion is there. They help us. We have been shouting since of our ordeal that we want to self-rule, govern ourselves in our own way, that Nigeria is not favoring us. Where are they as institutions? Where are they?
Therefore, the only election that makes sense in our place right now in Biafra land is a referendum.
Coming. Where are they? Where do you see them? Pope is there. How they are watching. Until now, large-scale killing and slaughtering and genocide, they will take one plane, come and publicize it. We are the Knights of St. Mary. We are helping Biafrans that are suffering from Kwashoko. Let me not use F word, please. Aburi Accord. Why didn't they come and stamp and talk to their governments and say no, Aburi Accord should be respected so that we should not have reached to this large-scale killing? Pressurize Nigerian government to do so. Instead, they are giving us one single, drops of water, or single, and we praise them. And we praise them. You want me to partake in praising? Let me continue because I will continue until I finish now, while we come in and we open our lines. The issue is that the Europeans didn't start I don't know whether somebody is tampering with my, let me see whether somebody is tampering with this radio. Let me see, because I'm seeing something absurd. No, I'm seeing something
Because what I am saying on Abumanyanmini, our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak, docile, and imbecilic. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwu Abiyama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwu Abiyama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwu Abiyama biko, since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. Chukwu Abiyama. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. I was an Nnamdi. They bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people.
Mazi Jonathan promise war, another person take over. It will continue. One person die, another person continues. Take over. Relay. Until these people, they say, no, these people, you cannot conquer them all. They hold their forehand with them. There is nothing you can do. Tell them to answer, just like when you this roots, Kunte Kinte. When he was enslaved, when he was taken to the new land in America, he refused to change his name. Your name is Toby. He said, no. No. My name is Kunta Kinte from the Mandingo. That is what he always passed that message. It doesn't matter. Now, that is the reason why even somebody, that rebellion in him, he passed it through the gene onto his, how many generations to Alexahale. And it is through that rebellious gene in him that made him to start going back to search for his roots. Not somebody that will tell you, no, my ancestor, what is my ancestor? Who is our ancestors? That one is gone and gone. That person, forget. He's redoing with us, but he's gone, mentally he's gone forever. Forget it. I pity for the children, not even him. So, what are you not talking? Once you continue, what gives a people power, more power and force, is when they look back and continue taking their natural values. They say, no, we cannot cow down other people to take us, imbibing us their own religion, their own way of life, their own ideology. Because if we do it, we are gone and gone forever. That is why this mental emancipation is very, very necessary. Therefore, the only way to resist complete colonization, losing our natural identity, because when you accept colonization, you lose your natural identity. That's it. The only way to resist it is to resist foreign religion. And as the Israeli Jews did. We are not only trying to fight to restore our physical nation, we are also fighting not to lose our natural identity. And this is why we must go back to our roots and uphold our values. This is where I'm going to stop. Wanda, please come in. Come in.
Yeah, Mazi. Quickly before I want to highlight on one or two things you said. Then I will go into rebuttal of some of the things that were said in the previous broadcast. I want to bring some rebuttal to make the record straight, and that's how I'm going to roll today. So quickly, Mazi, when you talk about the guy that went into wilderness, tried to emulate Yeshua, or whom they call Jesus, you know, you highlighted on it, Mazi. You know, he said he wants to be him, and then you talked about somebody's claiming that he or she passed an exam because an angel gave the person an expo. So the question becomes, this angel that is giving you an expo, is this angel not violating the laws of man and laws of God? Because the last time I checked in any religious book, cheating is not a righteous thing to do. Lying is not a righteous thing to do. Manipulation is not a righteous thing to do. Why do I bring the word manipulation? You know, people are always talking about witchcraft. I want us to go and check out the dictionary meaning of witchcraft. Witchcrafting is the act of manipulation. So when you're lying, you're cheating, you are practicing witchcraft. It's manipulation. So this angel that came into the exam hall, is he the right angel or not? I don't know. It's left for the individual to answer that question. Now, another thing you brought in, Mazi, in this system, the British, together with their Fulani counterpart, are using, which they have used previously, and then the Arabs have mastered it, then colonized the Fulanis, moved them to us, and that's what they're using. Mazi, one of your earlier broadcasts, you mentioned it, you call it. The way you call it was, you said, they are breaking us into piecemeal by piecemeal, and the analogy you gave was, like you go, when we're eating our fufu, somebody brought you a plate of fufu. The intention is for you to eat the whole fufu, but you cannot swallow the whole box. It's impossible. So what do? That's when you begin to mold them piece by piece. And then by the time you know it, you will be able to consume the whole food. You get that analogy in one of your midweek broadcasts, man. I just want to remind you that you have said something like that I pay attention to you too, which is important. So that's what they're doing. They're trying to break us into pieces. They're using religion. They're using ethnic conflict, letting us know or wanting us to believe that we are not one people. They are using our dialects, our different habitat niches. You know, our dialect that we speak in when we go back to our own niches, which you have in Hausa land. You have it with any major tribe. You go there, you find out that they have their own dialects. But in our own case, you don't hear them talk about Hausa like Hausa have variations when you come to Hausa language. You never hear it. They make you think that Hausa language is one. In fact, they made it look like Fufude. The Fulani, that their language was Fulani, Hausa. It's only now that the Fulanis have gained ground. They think that holding Nigeria now on the truth. That's now you start seeing them asserting themselves, coming out to talk about Fulani and Fufude language. If we recall back, all you hear is Hausa language. Yeah, the Fulani, they understand Hausa language, they speak it, but when they want to go inwards to do their planning, they resort to Fufude. But you never hear it on the news media, the main media of Nigeria. You never hear it anywhere. It's only Biafra that is speaking about it under the title of Mazi or Madike. But when it comes to us, they are quick to highlight to us how we cannot be one, how we are not one, because we have our different dialects of that language called Igbo. That is one of the weapons they are using. Our people cannot discern this. Our people are not able to dictate and then understand that all they're trying to do is to break us into piecemeal so that it will be easy for us to be overrun and conquered. These are some of the things we must be wary and aware of, and that is where I agree totally with you that so-called our Hanese, who are supposed to be the custodians of our culture, you know, all the Ezes, all the leaders, chiefs, whatever in the former East Central State, they have all failed us. Because when we speak about Biafra, we must remember that's what we're talking about. They have all failed us. Now, going to the main kicker, which is how what they're doing. The Britain, from British point of view, you know, they're the one telling Ahmadike it's obvious, because how can you tell me that Mazi Ahmadike, who is a naturalized citizen of Britain, have been in captivity of a country that you can't even, that takes instruction from Britain, and Britain have not offered or uttered a single word. They have not even said a thing. They're shying away from it. Land can come out and begin to tell Nigeria how to conduct the election. Land is going from one pillar to another post, trying to manage Nigeria and running as a president. The argument is why? Because one, Land understand that there is nobody that is the president of Nigeria. It doesn't exist. Because what is running Nigeria are cabals. They know that Buhari has been dead. And now, because they are keeping this secret for Fulani, they are covering it for Fulani cabals. The Fulanis cannot come out to, you know, sanction her or query her. Why are you running the country? We are supposed to be in charge. They cannot do that because it's holding something precious to them. On the other hand, Britain, being so cocky, which is one of the things they are known for, are using this blackmail. The death of Buhari, which they know, they are aware, he died in their hospital, in their country. They are using that, the covering they have done for the Fulanis, they are using it to trample all over Nigeria, dictating what happens, running Nigeria as if it's not a sovereign state, and everybody is keeping quiet. That's what they are doing. So what does it mean? Britain is using this information they have as a blackmail to make sure they're holding Nigeria, every indigenous person in Nigeria, on a stronghold. That's why they don't want to talk about the release of Ahmadike, because they understand that the Fulani's hatred for the Igbo man is huge. So what are they doing? From the British perspective, they're interested in our oils, they're interested in our gas. Above all, they're interested in the mineral resources that are all over Nigeria. That's what they want to completely have a total control of. So, but from the Fulanis want to Islamize us because they want to be in the leadership, control what happens. There's an element of religion there. So these two people are fighting. But from the perspective of Britain, they think they can use the Fulanis to overrun and conquer all indigenous people in Nigeria. Okay? Because they think they can manage the Fulanis. But I have a smaller alert for them. Let them go and see what happened in Afghanistan. They cannot be able to manage them at the fullness of time. On the other hand, the Fulanis, because they have no place they can call their home, and everywhere they have come, they were chased away. Now they have a willing partner in the name of Britain because of British interest to come and colonize, marginalize, and Islamize Nigeria and make it their own homeland. So this is the game that is playing. That is why Britain shamelessly is not saying anything about somebody that has their naturalized. Even if Mazi is not a naturalized citizen, that is why Britain is keeping quiet. We must understand this. But I know that at the fullness of time, the Rus will come home, and then Britain will suffer a disgraceful onslaught. Now, another thing about religion I want to bring before I go to my destiny. If what they're telling us, any of these religions, be it Christian, be it Muslim, and I'm invoking these two because these are the two prominent religions that are playing, a huge role in the people of that contraction called Nigeria. If these pastors and imams that are telling us to forget about developing our society, to forget about earthly things and focus on heavenly race, That's where our homes are. I have one or two questions I would like their members to ask them. How come that the Western people, how come that the Arabs that brought us these two religions, because Christianity is coming from the Western world, Rome in particular. Now, Muslim is coming from Arab world. Why is it that Britain is busy? Why is it that the Roman, why is it that the Vatican are busy in massive earthly wealth, building and developing their society, building hospitals, rail system, building a society that we are all running into, we want to go to? Why is it that a place like Dubai, why is it a place like United Emirates, why is it that a place like all developed Arab countries are building their society, building modern technology, involving them, and yet these are the people that initiated and brought this religion to us? Why are they accumulating this wealth on the physical earth? Why are they not, when they are sick, let me not ask them to commit suicide, but why is it that when they are sick, they will go and seek hospital to get well? They don't want to die and go to heaven, where they will start enjoying the same thing they're telling you not to enjoy here. If they so believe in it, why are they building hospitals? If you believe that the blood of Jesus can heal you, why are you building hospitals? I'm asking Britain, I'm asking Rome. Why do you have the state-of-the-art hospital in Dubai? Why do you have the state-of-the-art hospital in Germany? If they believe, you're trying to tell me that they gave you the ultimate weapon. If these people that brought you this religion believe in what you're saying they sold to you, why are they not practicing it the way you are practicing it in Nigeria? Why are they building all this modern infrastructure? Why are they involved in technology, science and technology? Why are they? If they believe in it. So our people don't want to look at the people that brought it to you and see how they're living their lives. Now you are going to be the one to teach them. You're going to be the master in this game to tell them what they brought to you. That is where our people must wake up and think. But let me go to some of my rebuttals I brought today. You know, in one of the arguments we have had, I believe it was the same day we had the ultimate argument, somebody claiming that I said Jesus or whatever. The person came and made a statement, I believe it was in that segment, that the America was founded under the platform of in God, in Jesus we trust, or in God we trust. Now, I'm bringing the rebuttal. And I want anyone who wants, they can type in, the headline is Religion and the Founding of the American Republic. You'll find it there. Religion and the Federal Government, Part 1, and I read. In response to the widespread sentiment that to survive, the United States needed a stronger federal government, a convention met in Philadelphia in the summer of 1787 and on September 17th adopted the Constitution of the United States. Aside from Article 6, which stated that no religious state shall ever be required as qualification of federal office holders. I'm going to take it again. The Article 6 states, no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification for federal office holders. The Constitution states little about religion. The Constitution of America said little or nothing about religion. It reversed troubled two groups of America. This reversed troubled two groups of America. Those who wanted the new instrument of government to give faith a larger role, and those who feared that it would do so. This latter group worried that Constitution did not prohibit the kind of state-supported religion and that had flourished in some colonies, exerted pressure on the members of the First Federal Congress. In September 1789, the Congress adopted the First Amendment to the Constitution, which, when ratified by the required number of states in December 1791, forbade Congress to make any law respecting an establishment of religion. Full stop. People can go in and read more. So, even though the argument why I'm bringing this rebuttal, because somebody tried to bring the fallacy. What is the fallacy? Even though you look at an American creed, you might say, in God we trust. American Constitution does not support any particular religion. Never. They do not support it. They do not abolish it. The ultimate thing that when it comes to the Constitution of the government of America is American creed, is that flag. That's what matters. That is what you call American culture. That all men are created equal. That all men have the inalienable right to pursue happiness and life and joy. That is what America stands for. They have nothing to do with Jesus. They have nothing to do with Muhammad. They have nothing to do with Allah. They have nothing to do with Buddha. It doesn't mean you cannot practice it, but that's in your own cocoon. That is why no matter the number of years I've spent in America, I never heard the loudspeaker of the Muslims broadcasting from anywhere. Do we have mosques? Yes, we do. But there are regulations that government has instituted that made it that you cannot infringe your feelings. You cannot infringe your belief on the other person. That is what you call managing how to coexist and cohabitate. That's what we're advocating for Biafra. That is why we must start to preach it now. Why? Because some people have argued we should wait until when we finally restore Biafra. The argument is no, because when you wait, it's going to create a lot of chaos. You know, for example, is when you speak about some countries. Let me read this one. Said, in many nations, religion has been incredibly important in fostering a sense of national identity. In many areas, we can observe that religion has managed to survive as an integral part in nationality, even in the face of overall growing secular culture. Where Malaysian unity came about through Islamization, Northern Ireland's religion divide, providing an uncertain future, and Quebec transition from a heavily religious to incredible secularized nation. We look at how these three cases contrast in their history and evolution of the identity and in modern. What is he saying here? A country might start, like we have always tried to establish to us, that is a weapon of conquest. You can use religion to conquer a society. But you pay attention, you will see that after the colonization or the conquest, any community that continue or any country that continue to strive and move forward must drop religion as their mantra. Because if they do that, it's going to bring chaos, which is what is happening in places. Malaysia today. You see, Malaysia is a particularly interesting case in the research of a nation building. As a multi-ethnic country, Malaysia has been deeply divided along ethnic lines despite relentless effort from the state on integrating minority into Malaysian majority. Such process of nation building is often considered as being based on the concept of Malaysia nationalism. Though the concept is supposed to be based on Malay culture, the case study seeks to analyze how Islam has been playing an incredibly important role in progress, even though the extent that Islamization has been deeply entwined with nation building. The article here is trying to tell you, because Malaysia is a multicultural ethnic society, the only way for them to survive as a nation and continue to move forward, even though Malaysia is looked at as a Muslim country, that their survival hinges on their own natural Malay culture. That's what we are talking about. Nobody is stopping anybody from practicing whatever religion they believe in. But the culture of Biafra, the values of what we call Biafra, when we speak, let's go back to who we were. It's for us to pull those things that make us who we are. Let them go through revolutions. Let them go through evolution. That should be our culture. That's what we should look up to. That will be our mantra. When you invoke that word, Biafra is our religion. That's what we're talking about. What is Biafra? It's the culture we are going to build. What is Biafra? It's that culture that is in our DNA, that our aspect of practice. We see it through. See what we work in the modern days, moving forward. That's what religion, Biafra, will be as a religion. It's not a religion that will take you to heaven. That's not what we're preaching to you about. That's not what we're talking about. We're not telling you about a religion that will take you to heaven or hell when you die. No, that's not what Biafra means when it says it's a religion. It's not that religion that will tell you anything that love your neighbor, love, we must come as one to build this nation we're going to cherish, where everybody will have equal opportunity to express and unleash their full God-given potentials. That's what Biafra will be as a religion. It's not that religion that will give you a feeling, that will give you hope, that will not work, that will make you to feel good in the morning, in the night. Your problem still stays there. That's not what Biafra is going to be as a religion. Biafra is going to be that religion that when you need help, your government will know. Your government will establish a society where everything will strive, where your talents will be expressed, where government can help you to establish, to become that who you're supposed to be. That's what we mean when we say Biafra as a religion. It's not going to be that religion that is going to give you unfounded hope, that will tell you don't have to work, that manna will fall from heaven, that will tell you that you don't have to go to hospital, you don't have to have any hospital. All you have to do is when you're sick, go come and have an anointing oil. But when the same minister is sick, he will not start running to another nation, another country who have realized the truth and established their community based on reality and truth. That's when he will pack your money and go and start getting help. Biafra as a religion is not going to be that religion that will tell you that all you have to do is to take a sticker, put it on your door, the lintel of your door or your car, and then nothing will happen to you. No accident will happen. Oh, no thief will come to your house. That's not what Biafra as a religion will be. Biafra religion will be that government that will make a good road, will put all the necessary structures to make sure they are safe driving on the way. Biafra as a religion will be that religion that will make sure that the society is secure through civil policing and military policing, where an individual will be what we call citizen policing their own community. Biafra will be that religion where hospital is provided so that when you're sick, you go to hospital and receive help. Biafra will be that religion where when you see a child that has great potential, scholarship will be awarded to the person irrespective of their status or the family status in life. Biafra will be that religion where you can go to bank and access your money, no question asked, because it's your hard-earned money. Biafra will be a religion where you have potentials, you have visions to establish a business, to propel the new frontier of science and technology, and a loan will be given to you, grant will be given to you. That's what Biafra as a religion will be. It's not going to be that religion that will tell you unless you die, you cannot make it to good place. No, Biafra will be that religion that will tell you, even as you are alive in this physical earth, you will enjoy life to its full potential. Until when you die, wherever you want to go, you can go wherever you can yourself. That's what we are talking about. That's what we mean when we say Biafra is going to be our religion. Reality, facing realities, things that will improve your life, improve my life. Where you wake up in the morning, you can walk 24/7. You're not afraid of kidnappers. You're not afraid of somebody maligning you. You're not afraid of somebody marginalizing you because they have a hierarchy in status. That's not what Biafra will bring. Biafra is that religion that will give you peace, harmony. That is why we are fighting. Biafra will be that religion where our fallen heroes will be remembered because it is their blood that are being used to lay this foundation of this Biafra. That's the religion we're talking about. I can go on and on and on. That's what we're talking about. So let us have a clear eye in what we're talking about. We're not talking about illusion. No, far be it. We're not talking about make-believe. Far be it. We are talking about reality that your so-called leaders are enjoying, but are lying to you. Okay? Because if they so believe in these religions that are telling you, why are they running to secular countries and benefiting and enjoying the fruit of the labor of those who believe in reality? They take your money, they take your natural resources, they move them to all the same people that are telling you they are not religious people that are going to hell. But that's where they go to get their help. Who is fooling who? Mazi, I'm going to rest here today. Thank you.
There, Mata. You have said it all, honestly. Remember, we are talking on upholding our values, under which is religion as an arm of colonization. You should ask yourself, that is, you should be asking yourself intelligence questions which we are raising here. Somebody came to your house to steal, to kill you, slaughter you, kill your brothers and sisters. Now he left a religion, imposed a religion to you, and you are defending it. Even after he has gone, he commanded you to be defending it, and even paying some dues, sending him some dues from you, from your family, and you are proud. This is complete colonization. Complete. That is why I'm talking about religion as an arm of colonization. There are things you are not obliged to do. I mean, there are things you are obliged to do by your religious colonizer. Do you know, like last week I talked about how this religion, I mean Roman Catholic, Christianity, how they fought brutal wars. Brutal wars to exterminate themselves. Roman Catholic, Rome was enjoying the monopoly of Christianity, crowning all the kings. They imposed Christianity to other parts of Europe. They were enjoying crowning kingdoms, giving command. Any kingdom that is to be crowned, the Austro-Hungarian kingdom, it is the Pope that we order, that we crown it. Until a time, I think in 15th century, when Martin Luther of Germany started asking questions, the Reformation, the time of the origin of Protestantism, and it started brutal wars in Europe, confusion, wars, because asking questions, changing of ideologies, it goes with confusion. That is the reality. You cannot run away from it. The problem with Nigerians is, they don't want problems, but they are living in problems. You want to live in peace. Artificial peace is not necessary. It's not done. It's not done. There is no way you can live in artificial peace, or a peace that is imposed on you at your own expense. Changing of ideology, it brings confusion until it is like that, until everything is being fought for and the things clear. Europeans, they fought for many years and centuries. I'm telling you, these religious wars, because they were asking questions, telling Pope have no right to dictate what is going other than his country, the place he is abiding. That is why the papacy, Vatican is relegated. Roman Empire, you are seeing, relegated to few tens of kilometers square in the Holy See today. England started by establishing their own version of Christianity. King James II, he tried in order to continue that Roman ideology, Roman Catholic ideology, telling the people now, I am a king. A king is ordained by God, so that when you die, your child will become perpetually your family. But they tell him no. The people revolted. That is where the people revolted. They didn't wait for a good king to rise up, or they didn't keep quiet as a people and wait to pray to God and say, okay, a good king will rise up and hear our voice. No, they revolted and said power belongs to the British people through the parliament. It is the British people, they can do away with the monarch. You understand? And that King James, he ran away to France, a Roman Catholic France, for protection. He died in exile. Do you see how people should rise up? People rise up. People rose up always. But in the case of Nigeria, pastors will tell you, continue praying. Don't worry, praying. No. It is the people that can make the change. This version of Christianity that is happening in Nigeria, for goodness me, how does it all go? How do people see it, please? Where does it come from? People are saying, no, to avoid confusion. How can you avoid confusion in a world of confusion? And when you think you are avoiding confusion, you are avoiding death. Death is following everybody every minute of the day. How do you think it is wise? How do you think? Oh, for people not to be killed by the military, police, please let us keep quiet and just follow it. No! It is better to die for something that is, for something dignified, honorable, than to keep quiet and die as a slave or live like a slave. And after all, you will die. You will die. So, if these pastors, if these Christian pastors and clergy people, clergymen, reverend fathers, will be standing on their pulpits and telling the people the truth, say, look, don't come to me to pray for you to get job. The way for you to get job is for you to rise up and march out on the streets as youths. You see, things will change in 1 week. Things will change. These politicians that are exhibiting their ill-gotten wealth with impunity in the social media, all of them will run away. That is how revolutions come. But you see, the same church that is preaching everybody can't be like a goat. How can you, a human being, they tell you to be like a sheep? The most idiotic animal that it doesn't, even if a big sheep of 60 kilogram or 100 kilogram will be attacked and pursued by a fox of maybe 5 kilogram, and he will be shouting, complaining, man, and you'll be eating him. Do you see it? Do you see? They come, they tell you, be a sheep. The lamb of God is a lamb. So you be quiet, even if they are shooting in your face, you are quiet and take it with happiness. That is why, that is our annoyance with the Christianity they brought. They made everybody to be dead body. No place, don't rise up. Everybody, if you want, if you want to rise up, no. Go and hustle on your own. Pray to God for you and your family. They made us to be individualistic, selfishness. They made sure that they encourage selfishness. You understand? Pray to your God. Pray to God to grant you and your family. Only you and your family. You, me, you and your family. Nothing more. When you see things that happen to others, instead of you to rise up, you go to church and give testimony. Oh, thank God it didn't happen to me. Oh, I'm safe. Others that it happened to that died, it doesn't matter to you because you're a Christian. You have to, everybody carry your cross. Do you see how they divided us into piecemeal so that it will be convenient for them in order to rule us, to manipulate us? Do you think that the Kumekus were like this and they were able to resist the British for 31 good years? Do you think so? Do you think so? Look, the Europeans are very smart. As we said at the beginning, as one other said, if you think that the Europeans that don't want you to even know how to release any technology they have for you, so that you will not be powerful, so that you will be dependent on them always. They are the people that brought you Jesus as the most powerful. At his name, every knee must bow, every person on earth will bow. Within the name you command. You see, only pastors in Nigeria command them. I saw people, what is the name of this Suleiman, Pastor Suleiman? At the early time of the Ukrainian war, I saw him on video, on social media. He praying, I command the war to stop in Ukraine. Today, has the war stopped? Do you see how they deceive you? Do you see how you make fool of yourself in the name of this arm of colonization? Has the war stopped? When people talk about it, they say, no, judge not. Leave him or judge. Don't judge him. Don't judge him. They invoke as long as it's good for them. Because everything is in that Bible. Anything they want. Don't judge. The same way they are evoking. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say, code of conduct. He say, don't look, don't touch, don't interfere. Finance is independent. They know a verse that they will take in order to be talking to people, that to justify their evil. That is how bad it is. The code of conduct to say the same way they are quoting Bible. Don't judge. You will see a so-called pastor, man of God, he is doing evil. People, no, don't judge you. Don't judge, because it's God. They are quoting. They must go to one place. A code of conduct. Code of conduct say don't interfere, but they didn't say don't know. Code of conduct in IPOB didn't say don't know. The people, coordinators shouldn't know. But he said they should not interfere. Knowing is not interference. Do you see how evil people are? They can twist something in order to use it for their own selfishness. When people, I don't want to digress, but the thing just entered into my head.
No, Mazi, it's not digression, it's part of the thing.
Yes. Let me just before I forget, please.
They didn't tell them that they should listen to Mazi Edozie.
Please, let me finish. Let me just say this thing I want to say. How absurd it is. People that are telling you, no, you should not interfere. Coordinators should not know, should not interfere. But they are the people they will go on air to call, instead of calling the finance, local finance ministers. No, you should not interfere. Coordinators should not know, should not interfere. But they are the people they will go on air to call, instead of calling the finance, local finance ministers. No, you should not interfere. Coordinators should not know, should not interfere. But they are the people they will go on air to call, instead of calling the finance, local finance ministers. No, you should not interfere. Coordinators should not know, should not interfere. But they are the people they will go on air to call, instead of calling the finance, local finance ministers. Interfere. But they are the people they will go on air to call, instead of calling the finance, local finance ministers. I think my voice is repeating. I don't know. So I think it's back. So as I was saying, let me repeat this so that people will hear it. The same way they are quoting, don't judge not, leave judgment for God, and they leave people committing evil, petrification. They will come and quote it. Is it for you to judge? Oh, pastor slept, committed one crime or the other. People will start, condoning him, supporting him with quotation from the Bible. Oh, don't judge. Leave him, is a man of God. Leave him, is for God. Our people now, they see evil, they support evil. That is why Albert Einstein says, it is not those evil people that will destroy the world, but it is the many that keep quiet in the face of evil. They quote things. They will quote for us. The coordinator should not know. They should not interfere in finance. It's independent. Okay. But who mobilize payers, people to pay in various countries? The same coordinator. Who, if the country did not pay monthly dues, who did they come to call their names? I could remember when names of coordinators are being read on A. They don't go to name the finance person they put their financial secretary of the country. No, the same coordinator. Now, don't we have common sense? Don't we have common sense? When it is convenient, they call the coordinators and they have to be there. They have to do it. But when it is not convenient for them, no, you should not be there. Does it make any sense? Are we animals? Aren't we supposed to have this common sense that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been preaching? It's applicable in everything. It's commonly applicable. If you don't want them to have anything to do with Kanu, don't even call them. They should not galvanize for people to pay. Because when you come to a country, there are people that the coordinators that only because of them even people are paying. They can mobilize. So, what am I trying to say? This hypocrisy of quotation in Christian religion that you should not judge. You don't judge. You see house fall in Lagos, house of a pastor, because of his status. Oh, people are defending evil. They gave him, according to the report, they gave him license to build, I think, 1-story building. He went there to build whether 3 or 4-story building, and the thing collapsed. And they are people that are absorbing him. Judge not, he's a man of God. How do you think that a country like that will progress? How? When there are different rules for different people. Religion, foreign religion is an arm, direct arm of colonization. Otherwise, why should people that kill us will give us a religion that we accept proudly, identify with? Somebody will come in now. I'm a Christian. Why shouldn't you be a Biafran as a religion? Any place you feel from, they say, what is your religion? You say, Biafran. What is the Biafran? No, it's my religion. Finish. Put it like that. Why should I identify with the religion of my colonizer? Why? Why should I do that? To continue bloating with a colonial mentality. People that slaughtered us, they become angels. When you close eye now, to see angel, you see a white person, because it is what they have pumped inside our brains. Satan is black. You see, I dream. Satan came, and how we describe it is black. Even contrary to what they are carried in the Bible, because in Revelations, in the book of Revelation, in the same Bible they brought, sometimes they describe fierce angel in heaven as having the head of a serpent or of a cow or of anything animal with different heads. But these are fierce angels that can. But because your colonial masters have described how they are angels, white. Jesus come, he have power, but they carry that power. Suffer. You cannot develop. But when it comes to real power to develop, power to manufacture, power of technology, they hide it. Who is deceiving who? One other, please, this is where I'm going to stop. You make your also statements so that we open the lines. One other. Go on.
Yeah, Mazi, quickly, I'm just going to tap on this last one you said, because it's something that is interesting in Revelation. When people talk about our ancestors, the replication of what they call angel, and you ask a typical Christian, they will tell you angel is white and has wings. No angel in that their Bible has a wing. When you invoke the angels, you can call the angels that have wings. You're talking about the seraphs and the cherubs. And when you talk about the cherubs and the cherubs, you're talking about the living 4 creatures. Which I tried one time to pivot. When you look at the cultures of the ancient Africans, that's when you see something like Osiris, you see something like Anubis, what do I mean? And Sphinx. That is human being with animal head. You find it in that religion, in that revelation. You begin to ask yourself, who got this concept first? Because we're talking about Christian religion, how old is it? When we're talking about the culture that existed before Mesopotamia, our ancestors. Now, when you look at the 4 living creatures, it will tell you a cherub has the head of a cow, the leg of a cow, and it has a wing. Then you have on that same cherub, when you call it the living creature, you have the head of a lion, the head of an eagle, and you have the head of a man. When you take these 4 heads, these are the things you see being depicted in ancient goddess or gods. Even when the Bible will tell you the Israelites made the golden calf. I asked the question, that was when I stumbled into this understanding. Why always the cow? Why always the lamb? Now they're telling you that according to their Christian Bible, that the only person that saw a cherub was Adam and Eve when they were shut off of the garden. That was the day I referenced it a little bit. I said I was not going deep into religion or spiritualism. They must have seen the cherub because the Bible tells you when they were kicked out, it was a cherub that had been guarding the Garden of Eden. Now, what does a cherub look like? It looks like a cow. It looks like an ox. Has wings. No regular angel has any wing. Angels manifest like a human being, just like their Bible stated. So I'm not going there now because I'm not teaching spiritualism and religiosity. But what I'm trying to say, I'm happy that you just mentioned it. If these people who claim to be Christians will see a real angel, if they see a cherub, if they really see Yeshua come back, will they recognize him? You know, when I had a salon, you know, I had a question to some of my clients who were so religious. I asked them, I said, let me tell you guys, if Yeshua should come today, according to your belief that Jesus is coming back, I said, do you know most of you will miss him? They said, no. I said, let me tell you guys why you miss him. First of all, was he a Christian? You know that some of them couldn't even decipher whether Yeshua was a Christian or not. I had to bring their attention and say, no, he was never a Christian. He was a Jewish man that practiced Jewish religion. He went to the synagogue. There was nothing like a church. Where he lived, he never asked anybody to start another religion. When he died, he never asked anybody, according to you people, he resurrected. Even as he resurrected, he never asked any other person to start a new religion. Never. So now he comes back as a Jewish man again. You guys will say it cannot be him. He comes back as an atheist. You will say it cannot be him. He comes back as a Muslim. You will say it is not him. He comes as a female. You will discount him because you guys have your mind twisted. If you believe that this God, this Yeshua has the ability to manifest, to assume any form, what make you think he's going to come as a Christian? He could come as anything. He can even come as an animal. So the argument here is this. These people come and tell you something, they can't even defend the book they're carrying. That's my argument. That is why I channel and I charge them. Go and study your Bible according to the instruction in the book of Ezekiel, so that you can be, that was given to Ezekiel, I meant to say, so that you can be a workman who knows how to use this tool, so that when you come out to make an argument, you can make a sound and provable argument from your own book, not my book. I didn't write it. But you always hear them come and say, I read the Bible 3 times. I read it. No, it's not about. Go and study the Bible. When you study the Bible, your eyes will open. Definitely your eyes will open. Then you begin to understand you have been gamed. It's called the mental game. Mazi, I'm going to rest until the rest I will leave for my closing argument.
We shall go into a few minutes break so that when we come back, our lines will be opened and people will start calling in as usual. Please do not go away. We shall be right back.
Now looking back, I know and I appreciate now that when you grow up in a colonial system or in whichever system you grow up, people who design that system design in such a way that they will produce a certain kind of people, because they give them a certain kind of information, they expose them to a certain kind of information, and they keep certain kind of information away from them. So you grow up with a certain attitude. You are shaped. Your mind, your attitude, your values are shaped. Your world is shaped. And you are deliberately discouraged to appreciate anything about you, because you are not supposed to know or to imagine there was anything good in your pre-British experience. So your people in the pre-British era were primitive, they were backward, they didn't know anything, they did not even know anything about God. Now you know about God, you know about Jesus. You're saying the rosary. Remember, I was saying the rosary. All these things are packaged in such a way that you look at the British and you admire them greatly.
The story I'm about to tell is pure evil. Have you ever heard of the Sand Creek Massacre? The story I'm about to tell is pure evil. Have you ever heard of the Sand Creek Massacre? On November 29th, 1864, Cheyenne and Arapaho peoples, led by Black Kettle, a peace chief, were attacked by a scumbag named Colonel Shivington and the Colorado Volunteers. It is said that Shivington made it his life goal to exterminate and scalp Indians. By the end of the massacre, hundreds of women, infants, children, and elders were murdered. U.S. soldiers then mutilated the bodies of the dead, cutting off scalps and various body parts as war trophies. But what happened to the by Black Kettle, a peace chief, were attacked by a evil. Have you ever heard of the Sand Creek Massacre? On November 29th, 1864, Cheyenne and Arapaho peoples, led by Black Kettle, a peace chief, were attacked by a scumbag named Colonel Shivington and the Colorado Volunteers. It is said that Shivington made it his life goal to exterminate and scalp
asking yourself intelligent questions which we are raising here. Somebody came to your house to steal, to kill you, slaughter you, kill your brothers and sisters. Now he left a religion, imposed a religion to you, and you are defending it. Even after he has gone, he commanded you to be defending it, and even paying some dues, sending him some dues from you, from your family, and you are proud. This is complete colonization. Complete. That is why I'm talking about religion as an arm of colonization. There are things you are not obliged to do. I mean, there are things you are obliged to do by your religious colonizer. Do you know, like last week I talked about how this attack banks in Biafra land and blackmail IPOB for doing that. But please, IPOB right from beginning, we don't attack bank, we don't kill our people. That is it. All these are part of the blackmail. Before I really open the lines, please, I want to bring in one of our brother also to make his contribution. Mazi Joe. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mazi. Very good evening, sir.
Welcome to the program, please.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mazi Joe Agape. I am serving the indigenous people of Biafra as the deputy coordinator of Regensburg unit in Bayern in Germany. Mazi, thank you so much. Madam Haider, you both are wonderfully serving Biafra. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mazi, there is, as I was listening to you, I came across a book, on the net, written by, 1 minute please, written by LTC Prisco Hernandez. The title of what he wrote was, or is, religion as a weapon of war. Now, in conjunction with what the topic of discussion this evening, in page 5 of his book, there's what he read as how is religion mobilized as a force for war? How is religion mobilized as a force for war? If you will remember, when the British came, they pushed the missionaries first to conquer our people spiritually, mentally, yes, from both sides. Just like King Leopold sent the British and the Belgian priests, mentally deceive the people, then the military will come in and do the physical destruction. Now, he said, religions that accept that there are certain writings that are uniquely inspired by God and possess an inherent and eternal authority are often preoccupied with the interpretation of these writings. Now, what this one is saying is that they believe that whatever they have written in their book, either the Bible or the Quran or the Gidari book, that the interpretation comes from God. There's no argument about it. No one can challenge it. Now, they say that the words may be divinely inspired. It cannot, neither final nor infallible. Now, after deceiving people, gullible people with all these words altogether, you will see the people acting like zombies. Okay, look at the Crusaders. When the Pope came out, the Pope then said, if you will go and fight in the Holy Land, your sins are forgiven. To go and kill other people to conquer them in their land, their sins are forgiven. Back then, Catholics were paying, they were paying money to the priest for their sins to be forgiven. It was part of the reason that Martin Luther rose up and started asking questions. That was where, the discord started happening. The British people started their own. They started asking questions. Though we knew that after King James was like, he got married to a Catholic woman, and both of them had problems. He married another woman. The Catholic Church, the Vatican, sanctioned him. From there, he left the Catholic Church to form the Anglican Church. Plus, from there came the the King James Version Bible. Now, what I'm trying to say is, our people don't understand that what Fulanis are doing is political. Religion is just a cover-up. They are coming to take our coastal, they want to take all the riverine everywhere that they know that our people use as a praying point to their chiefs, to their oracles, and the rest. The British knows this, and that is the reason why they want to use the Fulanis to suppress us, so that spirit of Ekunuku will never rise again. They are deeply afraid of us. Thank you, Mazi. Let me stop here so that other callers can come in. Thank you, You're welcome.
And that is the truth. That is the truth. They come, their own book, their own, verdicts. It becomes divine. Their own becomes divine. But they castigate our own. They see our, arrow, shrine. They call it long juju. They demonize it. Find a way because they are afraid. For you, they call it long juju. They demonize it. Find a way because they are afraid. They make sure that they encourage selfishness. You understand? Pray to your God, pray to God to grant you and your family. know. When you see things that happen to others, instead of you to rise up, you go to church and give testimony. Oh, thank God it didn't happen to me. Oh, I'm safe. Others that it happened to that died, it doesn't matter to you because you're a Christian. You have to. Our lines are now open. Let me call the lines as usual. Sorry, it's me that put you off. I want to pick you from another system. Yes. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 54. Eight 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 54. I saw on social media, he praying, I command the war to stop in Ukraine. Today has the war stopped. Do you see how they deceive you? Do you see how you make fool of yourselves in the name of this arm of colonization? Has the
for one day you use the volume to tell the priest of their church. No, this is my religion. This is where I worship. I listen to our first, the first of Mazi, watching again. I listen from the beginning. From the priest to the food. I think this is where to this. I am realized for people to come to listen to the gospel. The people in the Bible that you are talking about, anytime I go to the Bible and I read there's one lady stopped me and tell me that and gave me one plan that I come to their church. I thought I'm not a Christian. I said why? I said, what do you mean? Why would you ask me that? Why? You know how many people you have? And you ask me why I'm not a Christian. Boy, I'm supposed to be following what I'm supposed to. I said, okay. You know, following what I'm supposed to. I said, okay. You know,
ministers of no, you should not interfere. Coordinator should not interfere. But they are the people they will go on air to call instead of calling the finance local finance ministers of no. Go on.
Look, I don't know if I'm coming out now.
It is very clear now, as clear as crystal. Go on.
Yeah, so I went in the first day, what they discussed, I attempted me and Profi, and we had a discussion. The next day, they opened the Bible, and the verse that they read there, you know, one thing about when they read the Bible for you, you have to follow along and understand what the Bible says. Not when they read, they will not explain.
is it for you to judge? Oh, pastor slept, committed one crime or the other. People will start, condemning him, supporting him with quotations from the Bible. Oh, don't judge. Leave him, he's a man of God. Leave him, is for God. Our people now, they see evil, they support evil. That is why Albert Einstein says, it is not those evil people that will destroy the world, but it is the many that keep quiet in the face of evil. They quote things. They will quote for us. The coordinator should not know. They should not interfere in finance. It's independent. Okay. But who mobilize payers, people to pay in various countries? The same coordinator. Who, if the country did not pay monthly dues, who did they come to call their names? I could remember when names of coordinators are being read on air. They don't go to name the finance person they put their financial secretary of the country. No, the same coordinator. Now, don't we have common sense? Don't we have common sense?
Pay human being for life. How home? I'm referring to God to bring life. I don't understand though. You bring out your money, pay human being. You now go home and let God be made a best. You bring yourself, going back home and you pray.
Very absurd.
I don't understand.
Very absurd. That is, that people are paying. They can mobilize. So, what am I trying to say? This hypocrisy of quotation in Christian religion that we should not judge. You don't judge. You see house fall in Lagos. House of a pastor. Because of his status. Oh, people are defending evil. They gave him...
Well done, Mazi. Good evening from you.
Mazi.
I'm usually interrupted. Mazi, I'm usually interrupted here. I'm going to try to call. Thank you.
It is part of it. It's understandable. Family is family. Caller on what's up? Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. There, Mazi. Family is family. Caller on what's up? Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. There, Mazi. Family is family. Caller on what's up? Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. There, Mazi. Family is family. Caller on what's up? Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. There, Mazi. The same Bible they brought. Sometimes they describe fierce angel in heaven as having the head of a serpent or of a cow or of anything animal with different heads. But these are fierce angels. Angels that can, because your colonial masters have described how they are angels, white, Jesus come, we have power, but they carry that power. You cannot suffer. You cannot you cannot develop. But when it comes to real power to develop, power to manufacture, power of technology, they hide it. Who is deceiving who? Wow, please, this is where I'm going to stop. I will make your also statements so that we open the lines. Mother, go on.
Quickly, I'm just going to tap on this last one you said because it's something that is interesting in Revelation. When people talk about our ancestors, the implication of what they call angel, and you ask a typical Christian, they will tell you angel is white and has wings. No angel in that their Bible has a wing. When you invoke the angels, you can call the angels that have wings. You're talking about the seraphs and the cherubs. And when you talk about the cherubs and the cherubs, you're talking about the living four creatures. Which I tried one time to pivot. When you look at the cultures of the ancient Africans, that's when you see something like Osiris, you see something like Anubis, and Sphinx. That is human.
Is a tool that the Western world used to conquer us. One of the reasons they find very difficult is this. So like there was one pastor was engaged with. He told me that the people that came to colonize us are not the same people that brought Christianity to us.
When you take these four heads, these are the things you see being depicted in ancient goddess or gods. Even when the Bible will tell you the Israelites made the golden calf. I asked the question, that was when I stumbled into this understanding. Why always the cow? Why always the lamb? Now they are telling you that according to their Christian Bible, that the only person that saw a cherub was Adam and Eve when they were shut up of the garden. That was the day I referenced it a little bit. I said I was not going deep into religion or spiritualism. They must have seen the cherub because the Bible tells you when they were kicked out, it was a cherub that had been guarding the garden of Eden. Now what does a cherub look like? It looks like a cow. It looks like an ox. Has wings. No regular angel has any wing. Angels manifest like a human being, just like their Bible stated. So I'm not going there now because I'm not teaching spiritualism and religiosity. But what I'm trying to say, I'm happy that you just mentioned it. If these people who claim to be Christians will see a real angel, if they see a cherub, if they really see Yeshua come back, will they recognize him? You know, when I had a forum, I had a question to some of my clients who are so religious. I asked them, I said, let me tell you guys, if Yeshua should come today, according to your belief that Jesus is coming back, I said, do you know most of you will miss him? They said, no. I said, let me tell you guys why you miss him. First of all, was he a Christian? Do you know that some of them couldn't even decipher whether Yeshua was a Christian or not? I tried to bring their attention. I said, no, he was never a Christian. He was a Jewish man that practiced Jewish religion. He went to the synagogue. There was nothing like a church. When he lived, he never asked anybody to start another religion. When he died, he never asked anybody, according to you people, he resurrected. Even as he resurrected, he never asked any other person to start a new religion. Never. So now he comes back as a Jewish man again. You guys will say it cannot be him. He comes back as an atheist. You will say it cannot be him. He comes back as a Muslim. You will say it is not him. He comes as a female. You will discard him because you guys have your indigenous
culture and tradition and attach it to their Christian belief. You understand? Like there is something I used to tell people that Christianity is a real moral in our indigenous culture and tradition and attach it to their Christian belief. You understand? Like there is something I used to tell people that Christianity is a real moral in our indigenous culture and tradition and attach it to their Christian belief. You understand? Like there is something I used to tell people that Christianity.
I read the Bible 3 times. I read it. No, it's not. What I have on that same cherub, when you call it the living creature, you have the head of a lion, the head of an eagle, and you have the head of a man. When you take these four heads, these are the things you see being depicted in ancient goddess or gods. Even when the Bible will tell you the Israelites made the golden calf. I asked the question, that was when I stumbled into this understanding. Why always the cow? Why always the lamb? Now they are telling you that according to their Christian Bible, that the only person that saw a cherub was Adam and Eve when they were shut up of the garden. That was the day I referenced it a little bit. I said I was not going deep into religion or spiritualism. They must have seen the cherub because the Bible tells you when they were kicked out, it was a cherub that have been guarding the Garden of Eden. Now, what does a cherub look like? It looks like a cow. It looks like an ox. Has wings. No regular angel has any wing. Angels manifest like a human being, just like their Bible stated. So, I'm not going there now because I'm not teaching spirituality and religiosity. But what I'm trying to say, I'm happy that you just mentioned it. If these people who claim to be Christians will see a real angel, if they see a cherub, if they really see Yeshua come back, will they recognize him? You know, when I had a forum, you know, I had a question to some of my clients who are so religious. I asked them, I said, let me tell you guys, if Yeshua should come today, according to your belief that Jesus is coming back, I said, do you know most of you will miss him? They said, no. I said, let me tell you guys why you miss him. First of all, was he a Christian? Do you know that some of them couldn't even decipher whether Yeshua was a Christian or not? I had to bring their attention. I said, no, he was never a Christian. He was a Jewish man that practiced Jewish religion. He went to the synagogue. There was nothing like a church. When he lived, he never asked anybody to start another religion. When he died, he never asked anybody, according to you people, he resurrected. Even as he resurrected, he never asked any other person to start a new religion. Never. So now he comes back as a Jewish man again. You guys will say it cannot be him. He comes back as an atheist. You will say it cannot be him. He comes back as a Muslim. You will say it is not him. He comes as a female. You will discard him because you guys have your mind twisted. If you believe that this God, this Yeshua has the ability to manifest, to assume any form, what makes you think he's going to come as a Christian? He could come as anything. He can even come as an animal. So the argument here is this. They
their possessions forever. Don't pity them. The savages, unbelievers, and the Sarikans, that is Sarikans, Arabs, people that live in the
not my book, I didn't write it. But you always hear the people say, I read the Bible 3 times. I read it. No, it's not. Go back study the Bible. When you study the Bible, your eyes will open. Definitely your eyes will open. Then you begin to understand you have been gained. It's called the mental gain.
And took them back to Europe. That is the start of slavery. Transatlantic slavery. When, in order to legitimize it, when you do something, you have to start getting papers to get the government approval. That time, the government approval rests on the Pope. Pope now mentioned it. He gave the order. It's just like a divine order, verdict, that yes, black people, blacks should be enslaved, bought, captured, their land taken, possess their possession. Anything that is in their land should be plundered.
Attitude, your shape, your mind, your attitude, your values are shaped, your world is shaped, and you are deliberately discouraged.
People are in a mess. Black Africans, black people are the perfect slaves. I used to say it. These are people that defend their colonizers, their slave masters. Let me reiterate. Pope Francis went to apologize in Canada last year to the indigenous people for the atrocities they committed, the church committed in Canada against the indigenous people. And I said, why haven't they come to Africa? Because in Africa they scattered everywhere. It dawned on me that it is the mentality like this, like what our brother said, that a pastor he met in Nigeria was saying that, look, the people that brought Bible are different, they are believers. Why those that they are different from those that started slavery. They are the people leading the slave masters. Has come to apologize. Why should the church come to Pope come to apologize for what they have done to Africa? Because they have their agent. They have very ignorant and mischievous, selfish people that are defending them. The people that don't even know that we were wronged. When a doctor will be asking, and so what if our ancestors were slaughtered, and so what? How do you think that the perpetrators of this evil will come to apologize? Do you see the difference? The indigenous people of Canada, the consistent of this evil will come to apologize. Do you see the difference? The indigenous people of Canada, the consistent of this evil will come to apologize.
Colonel Shivington and the Colorado Volunteers. It is said that Shivington made it his life goal to exterminate and scalp
asking yourself intelligent questions which we are raising here. Somebody came to your house to steal, to kill you, slaughter you, kill your brothers and sisters. Now he left a religion, imposed a religion to you, and you are defending it. Even after he has gone, you command him to be defending it, and even paying some dues, sending him some dues from you, from your family, and you are proud. This is complete colonization. Complete. That is why I'm talking about religion as an arm of colonization. There are things you are not obliged to do. I mean, there are things you are obliged to do by your religious colonizer. Like last week I talked about how this attack banks in Biafra land and blackmail IPOB for doing that. But please, IPOB right from the beginning, we don't attack bank, we don't kill our people. That is it. All these are part of the blackmail. Before I really open the lines, please, I want to bring in one of our brother also to make his contribution. Mazi Joe. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You're very good evening, sir.
Very well. Welcome to the program, please.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
So don't get somebody to get and grab everything. I understand that in this journey, don't prepare much. You must not the
Mazi, can you remove your phone from speaker, please? Is it on speaker?
Okay. Is it normal now?
It's normal, it's better, please.
Okay. So I told them that a long time to make our people to understand. This religion issue, is it not a pastor that came and asked a question that who is our ancestors? That even a man called himself a pastor, a black man, do not know their ancestors. Don't you see what these people did to us?
they use two hands to grab religion and see that religion is their own. I now asked this my friend who I was discussing with. He said that he's a pastor. I told him that I'm also a pastor. Which, if you call me a pastor today, me and you will fight until we are satisfied of that fight. So everybody called himself a pastor is a criminal. He said, why? I said, I love the question you asked me. I said, let us tell ourselves the truth, because even the Jesus which you worship said you. He said, Jesus said that you shall know the truth. And the only thing that will set you free is that truth which you know. And what is that truth you know? So let us remove tithe and offering from every ministry, from church. Remove tithe and offering. So I asked the pastor, say, will you have a calling? He just stood up, starts asking, looking at me. So let us tell ourselves the truth. The reason why you are called by God, you are called by devil or by any man or with anything or anything, is because there is tithe and offering. There are some people which you can defraud of their hard-earned money. And you are not telling them the first religion, teaching them the first religion which a white man bring to you to use to defraud you of your inheritance. And you are using it to defend it against your brother, against your own tradition, against your own ancestors. That is the only problem we are having. Because our brothers, they are thinking, as you said earlier, what do you think? Every one of us are thinking, what will I gain? What will I gain? What will I get? Nobody cares to give his own life or his own time to the benefit of others. Because everyone is looking for what he will earn, what he will achieve, what he will take back to his own family. Nobody cares. That was what I told my brother. My senior brother said, he mentioned any country that he will take me to. I asked him, if it is your house which you build in your village and in a township, and you are there in Assam country, if it is your house that is that house in Imo State, they are throwing bomb, how will you feel? Because he has never gotten to you. The reason why you are trying to take me out for me to let the IPO be because they have never killed any one of your relations. Then you are trying to protect your own. Others people that need to die. He said, if I go outside country, I can be doing business and be contributing to the people that deserve to die. Then you don't deserve to die. That is our mentality. That is what they planted in us. That we don't like to give what we have to get what we want, which is freedom. And still religion is still taking us back. We will keep on teaching to them, talking as we like, as we want, as our strength could be able to carry us. It's not everybody who's followed Jesus understand what Jesus came to do. It's not everybody who is following Mazi Nnamdi will understand the purpose. I asked somebody, one of my friends, what is the major reason why that Mazi Nnamdi came? Mazi Nnamdi came to liberate us from mental slavery, and we are using our hand to put ourselves into another slavery that we don't know when to come out. I pray that Chukwu Kikabiyama will see us through. Mazi, keep on keeping on. The thing is simple.
Thank you. There we Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Dada Jonathan. Dada Jonathan, we are not going back because we said we have no back and we must get our land back. No joke. Mommy, want that shike. Dada Jonathan. We are Biafrans. We have our own culture and our own tradition. What is the problem of Britain and Fulani? Fulani is a different race from Yoruba. Yoruba is a different race from Hausa. Hausa have their own culture, have their own tradition. And Britain, all the way from Britain, they want to take our land and give Fulani. That's what I can imagine that kind of nonsense. And when we take the side, we are looking for anyhow way to get that question and we said that they can come kill us. And we said that it will happen tomorrow. Let it happen today. Mommy wanted she came to the church go kajiko. Church go kakero warrior kero shoya kerege. Ya ma Jesus Christ anya, ya ma Muhammad anya, ya ho. I want to come. Naburu magara show the baby that take anya alive. People that have will have also all that and the judge all that within the shit shows up. What is the problem of the world? Let them release our leader for Chukwuka, not the man. We are not speaking by our own authority. We are speaking by the authority of the Creator Himself. Then the ticket is in Numbers chapter 10. The silver trumpet and the Psalm 37 from verse 1 to 8. The destiny of the wicked and the destiny of the good. Every verse no get there don't be very important. From Chukwuka, all the Britain in our Bible. We are the people of the good. But Biafrans, Numbers chapter 10, command and control. DOS, Denetiki, those them shaking. Anything outside that, you perish. You know what? Just like I be the man. Every blessing up again for the after woman, that don't have the kindness to let with office flag. For I now pretend, I hope that teacher to go to Canada said he wants his son to open his clothes when Fulani bring them. And they let the special doctors test his blood. So that the whole world will know if Fulani is saying truth that they did not poison our leader or not. As for Nigeria, who created Nigeria by the way there? That Jonathan who created Nigeria British property. President shame to all of you, they are that. They are elected for to save your arrogant. Nobody will save you people from the house of Most High. But he said it land. Half inch of the land of Biafra. This is our dead Jonathan, you are the generation of Jesus Christ. Here we came with 2,000 years. At the dead Jonathan, church go to Nigeria. I don't know your name, Father Bakano. Already the religious leaders I know went up. Yeah. Which religious leaders have opened his mouth and said that the president of Nigeria is equal to up till now. That is just a giving out taking our money. And the police are keeping quiet. All the army are keeping quiet. But they are all seeing it with their eye. If you know you are the police, you are the army. I will need that they don't have the kind of savior. You say that you bring in post here in Nigeria. And tell me the question. You say that you bring. Everybody here in Nigeria will never allow that idiot to escape. If that idiot escape from Nigeria, you are not sure everybody wait there for Nigeria. Then completely it's the body part. Then I'm a book one. Dara. But this is what they didn't have the car. The woman. Oh, this is okay, but the poor for no. Come and plug now like in that. Give me the idiot to show. I mean that was running one. Now he can. I just feel that temple. Everybody got that saying. Don't you ever see no any here? Sitana like a girl go one no para. You play any really. But I know the man bring. I like it who like Gloria. Now Oje Okonko.
The Mazi. They will almost say Biafra. Caller on WhatsApp, you are the last caller. You be the last caller, please. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Yes, I can hear you.
There will Mazi.
My name is Chukwuemmanuel. I'm speaking from my location. Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan, for your topic this evening. I greet my leader, our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, the man that set up this platform, just to expose the evil around the whole world, mostly in Nigeria. Chukwu Okike Abiama will be the strength of our leader and all those who have heard this news and embrace on it and become a human being. I want to start by this. I heard a time to talk about some people talking about our leader brother, saying all manner of things. I weep for people. I cry for people. I weep for black nation. People who have no sense of reason. Why are you defending or putting yourself into confusion? There was a place in the Bible when Jesus is somewhere preaching the kingdom of heaven to his followers. Some people brothers are looking after him, are looking to see, I want to see him. He said, those people that was with him is his brothers. He have no other brothers than those people that is with him.
No, I see, I don't know what happened. But I don't know, honestly. You suddenly get knocked off. It's not my own doing, but tomorrow is another day. So I'm going to stop taking calls here, please. And I will repeat this broadcast during the week. Because I later saw that there were some, gallops somewhere. So one other, please come in and make your departing remarks, please.
Thank you for all our listeners today and those who are going to listen later. We appreciate you guys. I continue to express sincerely that we appreciate you all for allowing us to come into your respective homes. We don't take it lightly. We count it great. So we'll continue to do our best to bring highlights, research, bring out information to us. It's all for all of us to regurgitate, make more further researches to empower, educate ourselves. Because information, they say, is power. But I believe that it's not just that information is power. It's when information is rightly used, then it can empower us. So as we are gleaning and receiving these informations, I'm encouraging us to do more research even. And then when we get the truth, to use that truth to liberate ourselves. That's where our power will come in. So having said those things, appreciating us, I'm going to end today by bringing us, because while we talk about this religion, again, I continue to hammer, we are not for any religion, we are not against any religion. But what we want us to understand that the way our people are following the religion, or the so-called religious people are following it, is fallacy. Religion cannot build a nation. Religion cannot bring development. And yet, our people are stuck up in believing that just by invoking the name of Jesus or bleeding the blood of Jesus, that whatever they're looking for will come to be, when it's a fallacy. So because of that, I'm going to read us scholarly research articles of some of the inventions that one, the religious setting or the religious as a group of body, they rejected them. Some of these inventors were dehumanized, some of them were killed. because at the time the inventions they were inventing all these things that brought humanity where they are today, both in science and technology. The religious people consider what they were doing as heresy. Just like as we are preaching about Biafra today, some people think we are committing sin. Some people think that we are not telling them the truth. All we are trying to do is to open their eyes. And I want to believe that in no distant time, just like the religious people turned around and realized that these scientists, even though some of them were proclaimed religious people, that science was the way to go. That we can understand that science is the way to go. And that what Biafra is trying to bring is to bring us to follow every other developed nations, to focus and follow science and technology and state, which is what is going to bring us the freedom we're looking for, not by pleading the blood of Jesus or calling Jesus. So one of them is a man called Galileo. I believe most of us knew about him. This article says Galileo was hammered by the Catholic Church for endorsing the Copernican theory that the earth revolves around the sun, putting the sun not on the earth at the center of the solar system. What he's saying here is, before Galileo came with this theory that the earth was revolving around the sun, that the sun, earth is not the center of the whole universe. The religious people had the theory that the center of the universe was the earth. So when somebody like Galileo, a scientist, came up with this, they said he was preaching heresy, and then they imprisoned him. But this article said we were awakening to a new expanse of new universe, although it would take almost another 400 years before we could break the firm grip of celestial controller, the firm grip of religion. That is what what some people were preaching now about opening our eyes and realizing that these charlatans in the land of the contraction cannot give them what they're clamoring for: freedom of speech, freedom to live, freedom to be, freedom to unleash our potentials, freedom to become one of the leading communities or individuals in the world building, in the building of science and technology. Some people think we are making a mistake. It took the world, the religion, the world of religion 400 years to realize that what this young man Galileo preached then was reality. He said again, in 1965, in 1650, the noted biblical scholar Archbishop James Ussher calculated that the creation of the world took place on October 23rd, 4004 BC, and that the end of the world would occur at the noon of 23rd, 1997. Most of us will be aware of this thing. There have been numerous times all these pastors came and made proclamations or prophecies that the world was ending. So this article is saying that we can look back. Did the world end? No, never ended. So this is what I don't know why we don't ask questions. There have been numerous pastors that will come up and proclaim when the world was going to end. I remember some of my classmates in elementary school, why they couldn't further their education was because they were Jehovah's Witnesses members. The reason why they couldn't further their education was because they believed the world was coming to an end, and because of that there was no need going to school. And then now they live to see somebody like me and some of us who were their classmates advance and are doing better than them, and they're all regretting it. These are the fallacies that something like religion brings, because it's not reality. They're giving you hopes upon hopes that don't come to be. But let's look at this guy, always referenced Albert Einstein. He said, meanwhile, a mind shift had happened in the early 1900s with Einstein's theory of relativity and the formulation of the quantum theory. It was no longer the earth that engaged the searching mind, but the universe at large. Now, so complex and mysterious that talk about its beginning or end seems short-sighted and even irrelevant. Because they have been telling you that the story in the Bible is what originated the beginning of the origin of the existence of the physical earth. Which when you look at it, that means the earth has existed only probably 10,000 years ago. But when we go and look at archaeology, that is why I'm encouraging us to research into archaeology, history, even Christian religious history. You will begin to understand that we have been deceived. This earth has been in existence for millions, if not billions of years. There are the species. People go to museum every day to look at things like what is it called? All the bigger animals that existed before. You know, people look at them in the zoo. People look at archaeology from Egypt. These things existed before the Bible. These are worlds that existed. You know, I'm talking about dinosaurs. They existed millions of years ago. So if the account of the biblical creation of the earth, the way they want you to believe it, that it happened like 10,000 years ago, where did these animals existed? Where was it that something like this I just referenced now existed? Dinosaur. When did it exist? In the physical earth, because archaeology is proving them to us. And then thank God for something like the Hubble discovery in the late 1920s, which is what is pioneering the space travel today. People now go out of space because this man Hubble was able to. He was an astronomer. But let me tell you the kicker. This astronomer Hubble, because it was him that the greatest telescope so far in America here was named after Hubble's telescope. This guy was a priest. That's the fascinating thing. He said, with the Hubble discoveries of the late 1920s and the pioneering work of the Belgian priest astronomer George Lemaitre, the seeds were sown for the leading theory of 20th century science. Now, what I'm trying to let us know is this, that even in some of the radical inventions, both in science and technology, that we are all enjoying, the bedrock, you know, the templates, were initiated, were discovered by priests, by imams, I meant to say. What I mean by that, Muslim scholars, Christian scholars. These are people, even though they were religious, but they were able to think. Just like Descartes said, I am because I think. As a human being, if you cannot think and allow somebody else to think for you, you have a problem. Your religion should not limit you to thinking. Your religion should not limit you to not asking questions. Rather, your religion should make you to ask even more questions. Who is God? What is God? What does it mean? What is the concept of Godhead? What is that? Is the universe the only place I live? When the Bible tells me that Adam was created, Eve were created, they were the only one that on earth. How come that at the end of the day, the same book is telling me that their son married someone else? How did it come to be? We must ask these questions. They tell you this story. Okay, the world of Noah was destroyed. Does it mean that Noah was the only one? What do you mean the world of Noah? Are you talking about the whole universe? Are you talking about other planets? What do you mean? We must subject ourselves to questions like this. Rather, what I'm trying to say is that instead of our religion to be a stumbling block for us to ask questions, because when you read, whether it is Bible, you read Quran or any other religious books, they will raise even more questions if you are somebody that critically wants to think. So our religion should not be a thing that should cap us not to think. Rather, let us ask those questions that you are asked not to ask. After all, one of the books tells you, which is the Christian Bible, that he who lacks understanding should ask questions. Ask those relevant questions, because by asking them, you will get to the answer. You'll be surprised at what you'll discover. You'll be surprised at the answer you're going to get, and do your research and ask your questions. Because hope only starts where truth stops. When you know the truth, it will set you free. Anytime anybody is telling you something and tell you to rely on faith, tell you to rely on belief, tell you to rely on hope, that means they don't have the answer to that question. Because if I have answer that 1 plus 1 is 2, when you ask me, I will tell you 1 plus 1 is 2, and I will teach you how 1 plus 1 becomes 2. But if I don't know the answer, I will tell you, just believe, hope, have faith. So let us stop working just on hope. I understand that belief, hope, gives us patience, comforts us when we don't have the truth, for us to carry on. But in as much as that may be an element of truth, we must strive in that our hope to discover the truth. Because it's only the truth when we unfold them, when we discover them, and when we unmask them, that will set us free. Whatever that freedom might be for you, will be for me. On this note, I'm going to thank all of us, because I continue to say that he has taken discussions of this nature to challenge the arrogance with which we humans study and propose theories about the created universe. It's an arrogance. When somebody don't want you to challenge a story that doesn't make sense, tells you how the real world was created. Because the real issue, of course, is neither discovery nor study, but power. What do we mean by power? Power is when you have the control, you have the absolute truth that can give you the answer to your questions. That is what power is. No fallacy. These people of religion, the problem I have with them is sheer arrogance. They don't have the answer to something. They just, because they don't want to tell you that I am not in control. I don't understand. I don't know. And I'm not willing to subject myself to discoveries or to find out the truth. Because they want to continue to position themselves as as a representation of God on earth. They will tell you to believe. That's sheer arrogance. That is pure arrogance. Because it's good enough to say I don't know because nobody knows everything. Then I can subject myself to finding out the truth. But if I have to continue to believe that I know it all, then that means there's nothing for me to learn. There is nothing for me to know. That is why somebody like me, and I believe most of us, will tell you, we are not here to tell you we know it all. We are here to provoke your mind. We are here to provoke your thought. We want you to challenge everything we're telling you, subject them to review, subject to an investigation, subject them to research, and come up with your own conclusion. If what we're telling you from Radio Biafra, you go and find out they're not true, bring it on. Let's challenge ourselves, and because we all need the truth. Because the only truth that's going to help us to actualize Biafra and run a country that is going to be different from every known country in that continent called Biafra, called Africa. That's what we're trying to establish. We're not trying to run another country that's going to look like countries in Africa, especially in West Africa. Far be it. We're not trying to establish a country or we bring back a country that will look like what's happening in the zoo. Far be it. We are trying to set a standard. We are trying to build a country where the whole humanity will look and say, indeed, Africans are blessed. Indeed, Biafra is blessed. Indeed, they have potential. Indeed, they're equal to human beings. In fact, they're greater than the Western civilization because everything started from motherland Africa. That's what we're trying to build. So we must subject everything to the truth and not fallacy, and not hope, and not belief, and not faith. Reality. Because when you refuse to seek the truth, it's arrogance. And this we must quash. On this note, I'm going to yield back and Mazi. I thank all of us for listening to us and looking forward to meeting us next week by His grace. Thank you all. God bless.
Thank you very much. There's something you said about asking questions, and that is what we are trying to provoke here. You know, subjecting everything to the author of reason, the era of awakening, European Renaissance. It was the time people stopped believing foolishly and started asking questions. Because asking questions provokes or stimulates your brains. You know, when you go to school, after every term, they will ask you questions in the form of examination. That is questions. To know, to provoke your mindset, to make more researches, to answer, to evaluate what you have learned during that time. It is something noble, something worth doing. It should be everywhere. Every sphere of life, as long as a human being is concerned. Asking questions is what brought revolutions in the continent of Europe. The most heinous attitude of this religion, foreign religion, is to make people immune to question, not to ask question, not to answer question, to be arrogant, as one other said. Arrogant, arrogancy. You see some of them, I don't engage in debating about this religion. I don't answer questions. I don't ask questions. Why shouldn't you? That is a very big question I used to ask. Why shouldn't you engage in what you believe in, what you think you know? Now answer questions from people. Engage in a debate. Because it's everywhere. Do you know that asking questions is what made scientists to invent or to discover things? Advancing in technology means asking questions. When you see the aeroplane that is flying today, it is because of asking questions. People started asking, why is it that birds can fly on air? They are heavier than air. But human beings, we cannot fly. Why? It's a question. Had it been according to religious people that are arrogant, he said, no, don't worry, leave it. No, it's there, it's nature, it's there. God have done it like that, so leave it there. Do you see the mischief that these people are causing? It is a mischief that they program us to be like that. Don't ask questions. Adam and Eve were created, the first male and female, okay, but they born one son, no daughter, okay. Now, or some sons, but their son marry from another place. But we are told that they are the first people on earth. Who were those people which their sons marry? It's an intelligent question which you shouldn't just stop it or wave it away with a wave of hand. Because as I said, human advancement is because of questions asked. When you see researching is asking questions, research. Without asking questions, you cannot make researches. You cannot make researches. It's just like investigation. You want to find out. All are asking questions. Intellectual questions you ask. As I was saying, human beings say, scientists said, oh, why can't human being fly on air? Okay, they say, okay, first of all, there is gravity force on this world that don't allow heavy objects to fly on air. Okay, but why are birds flying? Why are birds flying? That is a question. It's not sin to ask all these type of questions. You are asking nature questions. Why? From asking that question, now you start designing, start studying birds. What makes them fly? Why should they remain on air? How? That is from there you start designing something, flying objects. The airplane you are enjoying today. The private jets, the GEOs that are preventing people from thinking, from asking questions. The private jets they are flying today, it came out of people asking questions to nature, which you can call God. Yes. So, when we are here, we are not casting any aspersion. But what we are saying is, Odibendi dereha, nkono namba na eyere mba nni. Religion they brought to us is simply to colonize us. If what we think, oh, there is power, Jesus they brought, there is power that is above everything. Europeans will not expose you to that power. They will not leave it for you. To teach you even how to manufacture ordinary telephone. They don't do it. Ordinary aeroplane. They don't do it. Ordinary atomic nuclear weapon, nuclear bomb. Even if you struggle anyhow in order to, a country struggle anyhow in order to understand how to manufacture nuclear bomb, they will start disturbing you to stop it. Now, how do you think that Europeans that, they are there, they came to plunder. Now they have a very big power in the name of Jesus. Now they come and leave it in Africa and go back. And don't you think that there is something that is not adding up there? Don't you think so? Don't you think so? That is why we must face the reality. Reality is reality. It is good for them, or it is their own way of life. But we should never continue relegating our own way of life, demonizing it. Do you understand? We should never continue demonizing our own way of life, the way the Europeans programmed us to be. This is the time of our own African renaissance, African awakening. Do you understand me? So this is where I'm going to stop. But I will read this press release. As I said before, IPOB press release. There is a secret of today, being the 18th. There is a secret plan to attack some banks in Biafra to blackmail IPOB and ESN. We, the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB under the command and leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wish to disassociate ourselves from the secret plans to attack banks in Abia State or other states in Biafra, while masses are looking for a new currency note. IPOB intelligence unit, the M branch, have discovered the plans of some criminals claiming to be Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's fake disciples to invade banks in Abia State and blame it on IPOB and ESN operatives. We are putting the public on notice that IPOB was not part of this plan, and we don't encourage nor indulge in criminalities. In the event of attack on any bank in the East, Biafrans should hold autopiloters who have branded themselves Mazi Nnamdi Kanu disciples responsible because they have committed other criminalities. That notwithstanding, we are going to checkmate them because they have decided to blackmail IPOB and ESN operatives with their criminal plans. We cannot afford to be part of activities that will increase the pain and sufferings of our people who are fighting for their freedom. IPOB Intelligence Unit, the M branch, released this intel in advance to advise our people to be prepared because they have devised another means to suffer our people. The purported sit-at-home orders have failed. Their contractors want them to change strategies that will also be dead on arrival. We made this intel public for our people to know that there is danger ahead, and the danger will come in different ways against our innocent citizens. Therefore, we call on all Biafrans to resist any attempt to be used by anyone to attack and destroy the banks in Igbo land. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has consistently warned our people that banks, worship centers, schools and markets are not places to vent anger at any time of process, in times of process or wars. Our people should know that any bank attacked or destroyed in Biafra land, our enemies will use to justify why our people will not be able to access their monies from the bank. Other ethnic groups can protest and destroy banks without the Nigerian government punishing them. But in the case of Biafrans, particularly Igbos, are visited with wickedness and shedding of blood. Our people must keep their emotions in check and realize that the issues of Biafra freedom are beyond emotions. We all need Biafra to come quickly, but we must be cautious not to play into the hands of our already weakened and frustrated enemies. Our people must be wise to follow instructions from IPOB. Therefore, no wise Biafran should support or join any attack on any bank in Biafra land, particularly at Aba, Abia State. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, together with Madam Marien Haider, it is simply good evening.